Good morning, councillors. Please take your seats and make sure your mobile devices are switched to silent. It is 9 a.m. and I now call this meeting to order. Welcome to the ordinary council meeting on Tuesday, the 21st of October 2025. Council meetings are open to the public and live streamed so that our community can observe council in its decision-making process. I remind everyone that this meeting is being live streamed, and by being present in the chambers, your image and your voice may be recorded and broadcast publicly. Recordings will remain available on Council's website for at least 12 months. Any other form of recording requires prior permission. In the chambers today, we have Councillor Adam Matchett, Councillor Dean Saul, Councillor Ben Pakes, Councillor Alexandra Wyatt, Councillor Noel Selby, Deputy Mayor Annette Lawrence, Councillor Arthur Bain and Councillor Julie Coburn. Staff attending today are Mr Andrew Medall, Chief Executive, Mr Wesley Trotter, Director of Utilities, Mr Daniel Thorogood, Director Corporate and Commercial, Mrs Talia Webster, Governance Advisor, and Miss Keely Halliday, Executive Officer to Corporate and Commercial. Welcome councillors, the Chief Executive, council staff, members of the public in the gallery, and those watching along via live stream. Thank you all for being a part of today's meeting and for your continued interest in the work of council. Before we begin, I'd like to take a moment to reflect and congratulate councillors on 1 year of service in this term of council. Think back to that very first council meeting of the term and to now. Think about what you knew then, perhaps what you know now, and how your perspective may have changed along the way. Thank you for your service to our community. It's certainly been an interesting 12 months with floods, a new chief executive, and a few other things thrown in the mix, and I look forward to what we'll continue to achieve together. I'd also like to take a moment to think of our Year 12 students who are currently sitting their HEC exams. I know some of our councillors and our staff have kids completing this at the moment, so on behalf of the Shire, I wish all the students all the best for their exams, that they do the best for themselves and that their parents are immensely proud of their efforts. I'll now move to item 1, which is our opening prayer. Councillor Bain.
Madam Mayor, I'd also like to acknowledge the experience that the Year 12 students are going through at the moment and the stress and pressure on them. So in terms of a prayer, I would like to include them in this, and may we as a council in our deliberations and the young people of our Shire have the serenity to accept the things that we cannot change, have the courage to change those things that we can, and the wisdom to know the difference. Marangu.
Thank you, Councillor Bain. I now move to item 2, acknowledgement of country. Councillor Selby.
Kempsey Shire acknowledge the land of the Thungari Dungari Nation. We pay respect to elders, past and present. We acknowledge the role of emerging leaders to continue to guide us in the future. We acknowledge the stolen generation and the need to change practices to be inclusive. This land always was and always will be Thungari Dungari land.
Thank you, Councillor Selby. I now move to item 3, acknowledgement of servicemen, women and their families. Councillor Coburn.
Council acknowledges the sacrifice made by Australian servicemen and women, and in particular their families, and those who have given their lives in the defence of the freedom we enjoy today, particularly in these times of international disputes that are ongoing. These people really do step up, put their lives and their families on hold to serve our country. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Coburn. I'll now move to item 4, apologies and applications for a leave of absence. There are none. I now move to item 5, which is confirmation of minutes from the ordinary meeting held on the 16th of September 2025. Do I have a mover? Councillor Pakes. Seconded, Councillor Matchett. Is there any dissent? There is none. I now move to item 6, which is disclosures of interest. I call for disclosures from any councillors. Councillor Bain.
Madam Mayor, yes, I'd like to declare an interest in item 11.3. I think it's 11.3. Yes. It's interestingly a notice of motion that I've put up, but I've got to declare a significant but non-pecuniary interest. So there is no financial benefit, but I do have a personal interest in this matter, which is why I've brought it to council. I was invited to join the community reference group by Lavoto Resources as a councillor representative. I made it very clear to them that they can't invite me as a councillor representative. A councillor representative can only be elected by resolution of council in chamber. My interest is that since 2013, I have been involved in ongoing discussions with various iterations of mine operators, from Straits Proprietary Limited, who had the mine under care and maintenance, and there were some spillages and there was a great level of community concern, and that impacted on the potential of impacting on the pollution of the river was that, you know, it could have a negative impact on tourism in the area. We do have a over $1 million water treatment plant in Bellbrook dealing with the arsenic and antimony historic contamination. I worked with Bracken Resources, who are the next owners of Hillgrove mine, who geared up for antimony production and less focus on gold. When the next lot of owners was Red River Resources, who were reprocessing the waste, the tailings out of Bakers Creek, and now a new iteration of Lavoto Resources has taken over, and they are looking at mining both gold and antimony. And they've invited me because of my years of experience in citizen science, my ongoing relationship with the mine. I've been down the mine 3 times. I would welcome a nomination, but in terms of being in excess of transparency, I will declare that significant interest and I will leave the chamber during debate. Maringboo.
Thank you, Councillor Bain. Councillor Pakes.
Yeah, the items 10.2 community grants recommendations are non-significant, non-pecuniary interest. I'm a member of, or a playing member of the South West Rocks Cricket Club, a playing member of the Clay Valley Cricket Association, and yeah, I know the guys at the Rovers Cricket Club. They're all 3 recipients. Further to that, the Girls on Fire, I believe they're employees of Fire and Rescue New South Wales. No connection to them whatsoever, but yeah, just could be a connection made by the public if that's something that's possible. But yeah, that's all I've got.
Pardon me, Councillor Wyatt.
Thank you. Following the information presented to us at yesterday's public forum from Council, I now have to declare a pecuniary non-significant conflict of interest because the information that was presented to us in relation to 11.2 Bat Creek was provided by Department of Climate Change, Environment, Energy and Water. I work for that organisation, as do 3,000 to 4,000 other people. I work in a different branch to those people. I don't have any contact with them, although I am familiar with one. I work from home and I work from Port Macquarie as on hybrid working, so I don't have anything to do with those people. It's pecuniary interest because I don't get paid by those people specifically, but I do get paid by the agency of Department Climate Change, Energy, Water and the Environment. Because it's my notice of motion and the paper presented to us has a direct reference to a notice of motion, so obviously there's been conversations going both ways about the two. I want to continue with my intended position on presenting the notice of motion and voting on it.
Right, thank you. Are there any other conflicts, councillors? Right, we now move to item 7, which is items passed by exception. There's a recommendation before us. If any items have declared a conflict, they'll be removed from the recommendation. Before we move the motion or take questions, do councillors wish to remove items so they may speak to them or vote against them? Councillor Wyatt.
Yes, please. I want to remove 10.5, and I provided some comments yesterday, which we all have. I also want to briefly remove item 10.9, and we are going to be talking about item. Oh, it's not in there, is it? Oh no, that's okay. That's okay. Those and the legal matters. I just want to ask one question on one of the legal matters. And sorry, while I have my microphone, I have a couple of questions on 10.6 and 10.8.
That's okay. I'm taking out
Yep.
removal of items. Would you like to remove an item, Councillor Bain?
I would like to remove, it's already gone, the legal net.
Yeah. Are there any other items councillors would like to remove from the block before we take questions? Councillor Wyatt.
Oh, sorry. Thank you. First on 10.6, so this document was very hard to read because it's in track changes and I find it difficult to see what's being changed. So I just ask in future, can we have a clean version to have a look at? Makes it easier to review. Second thing I would want to add to that policy is that the Kempsey Shire Council social media page needs to clearly state that comments on the posts will not be considered in the community consultation process. If can the social media page for Kempsey Shire Council include a comment there that comments on that social media page will not be considered as community feedback? I think that's a myth that community think. And then I have another two suggestions, or actually questions, if I may. So regarding the councillors' social media platforms, number one is how will that compliance of us making sure that we're complying that undertaken by council?
Mr. Thorogood.
Yeah, through you, Madam Mayor. Compliance under this, I would anticipate, would be undertaken much like compliance with a lot of similar policies. If council receives a complaint, then we will look into that complaint. We will take action under the policy on the basis of that. I don't foresee that we will be proactively surveilling councillors' social media.
I copy that because my next question was then my statement was going to be that Kempsey Shire Council, its page itself, should follow or like councillor pages rather than have anonymous checking, and that we reserve the right to block people that we suspect of undertaking compliance activities from a personal page, and that compliance needs to be open, transparent and collaborative. So if that's the case, there's not going to be someone sneaking around checking what we're doing and then reporting coming back to us. As long as everything is open and transparent, I'm good to go. But just if you could add that comment about that comments on the Facebook page will not be considered as input to community public consultation processes.
Thank you, Councillor Wyatt. Are there any other questions on any items in the block? Councillor Bain.
My question is about item 10.8, financial assistance grants update. And I thank Mr. Meddle for the. I understand from Mr. Meddle's response that we can't quantify what that is as an amount, but how do we factor in the fact that we've got we've got an economic financial assistance grants are increased due to the percentage of First Nations people in our community? Is that then reflected? How is that then reflected in how we support things like NAIDOC and some of the funding sources that that our council contributes to First Nations community?
Mr. Thorogood.
Yeah, through you, Madam Mayor. And to clarify that first comment, if Councillor wishes us to quantify that, we can get further information, but in the time frame that we had to respond to those questions. As you can see from the attachments, the calculation methodology is not entirely transparent, and there's a fair bit of documentation that goes behind how those numbers are arrived at that need to be digested, or questions put to the Office of Local Government to get them to explain that, which we can do. What I would say is the methodology and the financial assistance grant money in those things that you speak about, and therefore they are subsidising that to some extent, certainly doesn't offset the full amount of what we invest in those spaces, nor does it in any of the things that the financial assistance grant ultimately funds.
Thank you. Is there any other questions on any other items in the block? Thank you, Councillor Wyatt.
Same question on 10.8 financial assistance grant. I think the information presented is really good. I just note that for me, I would like a better briefing to understand the criteria and note that there is a review of the formula occurring. I have red flags on the general purpose component being based on council expenditure and in a briefing.
Thank you, Councillor Wyatt. Just to let you know that the Grants Commission does come around each term of council, and we just have not had our turn yet.
A above budget return of $200,000 I know that one of the things that comes up occasionally is councillors are asked to identify where funds might come from for a particular project or initiative. If that 200,000 is above in this month is above our budgeted allocation, would that be potentially a source of
you'll get your QBR one next month, and that will include things like the increased costs for the parking scheme, the changes for the things that we've taken out from the capital program, and any other projects that councillors may wish to invest in today.
Probably just further to that, I'd note that a substantial proportion of the additional investment income has come from money invested by the water and sewer funds and is therefore ring-fenced in those funds.
Thank you. If there's no further questions on any of the items, do I have a mover for the block? Councillor Pakes, seconded Councillor Saul. Is there any dissent? There is none. The motion is carried. We'll now move to...
All right, so our things are just going through in the block anyway.
Can you please mute yourself?
Councillors, we'll just deal with my mayoral minute and then we'll move into the next part of the meeting. So I'm going to move item 8.1, which is a mayoral minute, freedom of the Shire. And the recommendation is that Council 1 notes that 312 Squadron Macleay Valley Australian Air Force cadets will be granted freedom of the Shire on Saturday, the 25th of October 2025. And 2 authorises the common seal of Kempsey Shire Council to be affixed to the scroll. Just to speak to this motion, I just want to take some time to recognise that the parade will be this Saturday, beginning at 10 a.m. Sorry, the parade will start at 11 a.m. from the police station to the Kempsey Shire Council Civic Centre. Council previously granted 77 Squadron RAAF freedom of the Shire on the 3rd of the 4th of October 1986. So we haven't had any of these types of events for quite some time in the Shire, and it is a really, really special occasion. There is a flyer that I have in my Wednesday afternoon. You can see them practicing down at the netball courts. So really exciting occasion, and we need this motion so we have permission to affix the seal. So I'll open debate, but if no one has anything we'd like to say, we can just probably put the motion. Does anyone have any comment? All right, well, I'll put the motion. Is there any dissent? There is none. I declare it carried. We'll now have a procedural motion. Would someone like to move that item 12.1 be brought forward? Councillor Bain, seconded Councillor Matchett. Is there any dissent? There is none. I declare it carried. We'll now need a motion to move into confidential. Councillor Saul, seconded Councillor Matchett. Is there any dissent? There is no dissent. We'll now All right, councillors, welcome back to you all and to our fantastic gallery who was very patient while we're in, and to anyone else waiting online. We now are moving to reading the resolutions of our confidential session we just had, so we don't have to do it at the end of the meeting. Mrs. Webster.
Thanks, Madam Mayor. During closed session, Council resolved for item 12.1 Kempsey PCYC that Council provides in principle support to the proposal to deliver a new PCYC facility on Chapel Park, Kempsey, fronting Belgrave Street. 2, notes that the proposal is supported by the Macleay Valley Sports Strategy and Community Strategic Plan. And 3, subject to PCYC securing the necessary funding and approvals, agrees to provide the land for the construction of the facility for a peppercorn consideration. For item 12.2, Audit, Risk and Improvement Committee meeting minutes 10th of September 2025, Council resolved that Council notes the draft meeting minutes from the Audit, Risk and Improvement Committee 10th of September 2025. And for item 12.3 legal matters, Council resolved that Council receives and notes the report. Thank you.
Thank you, Mrs. Webster. We'll now move to item 10.1, which is Crescent Head Foreshore proposed concept plan. Do we have a mover? Councillor Matchett, seconder. Councillor Saul. Councillor Matchett, would you like to open debate?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I would firstly like to thank and acknowledge the staff, the community advisory group and everyone else who has participated in this process. I understand and appreciate that this has been quite a long and drawn out process. I personally believe that the proposed plan strikes the best balance between the varying community needs. I'm sure, much like every other councillor in the room, I personally have received solicitations from various community groups, various community members, each with very strong opinions about what should or shouldn't be included in this plan. All of them with very convincing arguments as to why their preferences is the most suitable and why perhaps an opposing perspective is the wrong one. In many ways, they're all completely correct, and I think all of their opinions are valid. And I think having such fantastic engagement shows how passionate the Crescent Head community especially feel about this project. But yeah, I am in support of what has been put forward in front of us, and I commend it to my fellow councillors.
Thank you, Councillor Matchett. Councillor Saul.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Just want to actually take this opportunity to thank the members of the CAD Advisory Committee. They certainly put a lot of effort into it, time, sweat and tears. And it wouldn't have been an easy job, but I must commend them for their service for the community. So again, well done to the team.
Thank you, Councillor Saul. Is there any questions or debate? Councillor Pakes.
My question is to the CEO. 98% of this plan is good. I accept the speakers yesterday's positions, the proprietor of the business in the area, her assumptions around a 50-metre green space back to a 30-metre green space. So I think that's a reasonable concession. And I accept that the no's to the ocean parking 50% reduction to a 30% reduction is a fair outcome. With those two options in play, how would, as a councillor, can we get that into this plan? Because I think the 98% work done by the CAG is fantastic. But as a council, we make the ultimate decision on this being our plan going forward. What we've heard from is the CAG, who represents the Crescent Head community, but as councillors, we represent the entire Macleay Valley and its community. So with that in mind, how can that be put at this stage?
Mr. Medal.
It's not for me to join into the debate on this. Councillors have got a proposal put before them, which is a compromise from a group that you have charged with making a recommendation to you on the plans for this. I haven't been subject to those discussions. I don't know if they considered the boundaries of, I think it's Area 15 outside alongside the cafe facility. So I can't really help you with your question. I feel that you've tasked the group to come up with the best solution. They've been through a long process. And if you're asking me what I would do, it would be I would respect the process. But I don't have a substantive answer to how I would deal with that particular issue.
So supplementary from that, if I moved an amendment to reduce that green space to 30 metres and nose to, it was put in as an option in the consultation process, the nose that car parking being available to the ocean. So it's been as part of the consultation, and I think seeing yesterday where the two spaces of conjecture is, I think this is the compromise. So if I put if I put an amendment to change that to 30 metres and put nose to the ocean parking along the surf check area, would that be acceptable?
Councillor Pakes, when you propose an amendment, are you asking if your amendment, how that would work administratively? But as an amendment, you put that to the mover and in this case, he will either accept it or not. If he doesn't accept it, then we'll vote on it as councillors. Or if you can get a seconder.
So can I respond to that?
Yep.
Yeah. So I refer to the answer given by the CEO to Councillor Bain's question, and yeah, I refer to that in regards to how the CEO thought the process might occur, and I'm happy to put that to Councillor Matchett. So a 30-metre reduction to the 50-metre space, which is currently 50 metres in the plan, and nose to the ocean parking along the surf check.
Just one.
Do I have a seconder?
I just like a procedural motion.
All right, I'd like councillors to wait until they're addressed.
Yeah,
Councillor White, what's your procedural
I'd like
motion?
a procedural motion, if I may, is that we just move to the committee of the whole to have a bit more of a deep discussion about this and sort of gauge this amendment and having some discussion around that. If I have a seconder for that. Oh no, that's you to say. Sorry. I proceed.
That's okay. Yeah. Councillor Bain is seconding. Is there any dissent in moving into committee of the whole? All right. We're now in committee. We can speak and ask as many questions. Councillor Pakes has put forward that he would like to amend the plan that has been put forward by the CAG after long and arduous consultation, and reduce green space by the 50 down to the 30, and the reduction, and increase the amount of parking. At this stage, is there an indication from Councillor Matchett as if you would accept that as an amendment?
Not off the bat, but I would be open to doing a straw poll because I appreciate that there's very strong opinions of various perspectives on this matter. So perhaps just as a compromise, we could do a straw poll to get an indication whether there would be support for that amendment.
I think before I take a straw poll, I'd like some discussion. Councillor Pakes, I'll allow you to speak, and then I'll move to Councillor Saul, Councillor Bain, Councillor Selby. If you can all make sure that your mic is up. You have screens and things in front of you, so I can't always see, and I'm trying to be as equitable and fair as possible. Councillor Pakes.
Thanks. So the reasoning behind why I have come to this to put this amendment. One, I've had two children attend Crescent Head Public School. My daughter's attending her HSC today. She's 18, so she attended when she was a primary school student. What's that? 6 or 7 years ago. My son's 20. He attended many years ago, and I now have 2 kids going to Crescent Public School. So I attend that space out there a lot. I see how it's used. I see how people turn up in the mornings. The children exit the vehicles, and they go and get their coffee. They check the surf while their car is stationary, and they're out of the car. And they usually, if the weather's good, that's what they do. That front car park space is the busiest car park area of it's where people want to be. It's the busiest space of the whole area. And pretty much from the disabled car park currently, which is the first left-hand car park, to the right, it's fill up from there. So the other end you might find surfers mostly, but definitely that first section is where people getting a coffee and checking the water is. So to change that space and have it as a drive-through area, I particularly recognise children exiting vehicles in that area, and I know with my own, when they get out of the car, go straight to the front to the grass, please, because it's dangerous when the cars are moving. So to have a space there where you've got cars driving through straight past the recreational space, I'm not comfortable with. That is a safety concern, and I'm not comfortable. And what the speaker said yesterday about the cars parking being a buffer space for safety, it is because the kids get out of the car 2 metres in front of the back of the car, and they move forward to the green space. So it is a safer space if there is a car parking element between that and the green space where kids will sit. They'll have a rug. They'll do whatever they want to do in that space. So it's a logical, reasoned decision. 10th of July, I raised this in the public meeting at Crescent Head, and it was raised openly. That was the only opportunity that we had at Crescent Head to have our input as a councillor. This actually is our opportunity to have an input on this plan as a councillor. I recognise that the CAG represent Crescent Head residents and the community around that space. As a councillor, we represent our wider community and the tourists and the people that come in and use the space. If we are going to reduce the front car parking area by 50%, we are reducing what people come to Crescent Head to do. And they come here to sit and see the ocean as soon as they pull up. I don't think that's a reasonable outcome. And I hear the sentiment around parking in that space illegally for too long for a long time from particularly the Crescent Head ratepayers. I hear them, and we have tried to change that. But I also feel that if that was policed, we may not be in this position, because I don't think the divide between those two groups we heard last night would be as much. I think they'd be a lot closer together. So I take the responsibility I can and say that this is a compromised position. What I'm proposing is a compromised position, and it's a compromised position from councillors to recognise that your community is divided on this one as well. And it is a compromise to hear what the proprietor of the business said last night. Now, that lady works a lot. She is a very busy person. Yes, she might have been tried to have contact from the CAG organisation and council, but I can tell you what she was doing in the time that she wasn't available to talk. She was working, like most other people who haven't had the chance to have input to this. She was working. I've built a property. Well, sorry, I've worked on a property next door to where I saw her coming and going and living, and I've seen how much she works. She's a very hard-working Macleay Valley person, and I take my hat off to her. She works very hard. So to expect her to come along and put input into this, she did last night. Then we heard it straight from her mouth. She talked to the people who are going to make the decision, and that's the councillors within this room. She said it last night. So if you want to hear what the person who's going to be probably most affected by these changes, probably going to be her. So, and her business. So hear what she said. Her words were, change that to 30 metres and put nose to the ocean parking. So I hear that. I'm going to go to the other point is around surf check. So I'd like you to think in your own mind how long it takes. If anyone's a surfer, fantastic, but how long does it take for a set of waves to come through and to check the condition of a surf? Now, I cross a bar in a boat And I know that you've got to sit and wait, sometimes up to 2 or 3 minutes to get the lull to be able to go out the ocean. It's no different with checking the surf. If you're going to check the surf, it doesn't happen in a glimpse in a moving car driving past in a turning bay where you've probably got cars behind you who are trying to get past or backing out, where you've got pedestrians in the area. You've got other things to look at. So is that genuinely a surf check? No, it's not. It's a water check. That's all you're going to do. You're going to stand and look at the water, and you're going to have to move because you're going to have people behind you, and it'll be a no stopping zone. So you won't be able to stop there. So I put it to my councillors that the other reason I'm a councillor is because I bring practical experience, and I look at that plan. It's a good plan, but it would be a great plan with those changes. I think it would be a great plan with those changes. And the net winners out of that Area 15 as a surf club, and I get it, the surf club gets a nice big grassy space for kids to be, but that's on Sunday mornings from 9 till 12. And then we've got the rest of the week that it has to be mowed, maintained, and etc. So the cost of that's going to lay onto council. And yes, I get they're absolutely genuine user groups and they're great community assets, but we are here as councillors for the entire community, not just the people on Sunday morning. So that's the reasoning behind where I'm at. So I hope that provides some background, Councillor Marchant.
Thank you. Is there any more discussion on the amendment?
Question, Madam Mayor,
Yes, Councillor Saul.
please. Madam Mayor, did the CAG actually consider what Councillor Paggs has proposed about this? Have they discussed it in detail and thought about it, or not? I'd like to know that, please, before we make a vote. Can someone tell me that?
Mr. Thorogood.
Through you, Madam Mayor, yes, as Councillor Paggs indicated, this was one of the options that was in front of the CAG, and when they came to a compromise amongst the members, this option was discounted in the final proposal that they put forward unanimously by the group, except for one of them.
Thank you.
Councillor Wyatt.
I have, excuse me, I have questions. Are you taking questions now, or are you just taking discussion on that amendment?
We're just trying to work through this amendment at the moment, because if that's we need a path forward, and we also do not have all day. We're on the third item of about 10 left to go, so we need to move through this.
I just have questions in general, but I'll wait.
Is there any more discussion on this amendment? Any speakers against? Councillor Bain.
Yeah, look, I'm concerned that the key word that of everyone that I've spoken to around this is exhaustion. Okay, I think the staff have done an outstanding job. I think the community engagement has done an outstanding job. I think, yes, there's absolutely lessons to be learnt. However, the people that were in that group, the CAG group, dedicated a massive amount of time. They gave up things that they held dear in terms of working together to find a consensus, a compromise arrangement. The balance between green space and parking is sort of the bottom line, isn't it? And as far as I'm concerned, the more parking is like the more parking you have, the more cars you're going to have, and the more congestion you're going to have. Like, I understand that there's the feeling of those people that want to park and park up and watch the surf and park and go surfing. I think that I just think we need to respect the process, the long-standing process that we agonised over and finally got to, and we need to respect the fact that we had an engagement process. Possibly wasn't perfect, but it was better than anything that we've had in the past. I've never seen people from Crescent Head stand up so much and congratulate council on the work that they've done. And I think we need, I love the part that we're not acknowledging the contribution that they've made, but I think for us to now tinker with the plan that has been so carefully negotiated and put together is maybe not appropriate.
Thank you. Are there any other speakers? Yeah, thank you, Mr. Medal.
Just seeking some clarification from Councillor Pake. So when you had the briefing on the 1st of October, there were two options, the surf check and the extended parking. Is that the option that you're thinking of?
Definitely the extended parking, but I'm not sure whether that reduced the green space, and maybe that's the compromise, the extended parking with the same size green space, but it's the 50% reduction in the parking seeing the ocean. Is I went across the road and I put the plan in front of my local member and I said, how do we get money for this? And he talked about the number of car parks increase, and I said, well, it's this amount. He said, well, you're probably not going to get, if we want this to be an opportunity to secure funding external of our own, we need to have a carrot for the state and federal government to say this is a good idea. Increasing the number of car parking spaces by a larger percentage is going to be a bigger carrot for state and federal government funding. If you don't do it, we're going to pay for it ourselves. And we're already in a point where we are financially constrained. So this isn't just a question of it being what the community wants, it's also what we can get funding for. It's not just about listening to the people. And I hear the people. I absolutely hear the people.
I think there was a song, wasn't it? They paved paradise. Councillor Bain.
Yes, I think Mr. Scotton referred to that in the in his presentation yesterday. I'm aware that look, I would not support reducing Area 15. I think the markets that are moving have been consulted. They're a fairly strong local thing, but I would consider supporting. Listening to what Councillor Pake said, and considering, like, I'm not a surfer. I don't know if there's anyone here who's a surfer, but I get what you're saying about you can't just watch the surf, check the surf while you're driving past, and people will, as one of the speakers yesterday said, they'll always go along to that eastern end to turn around and check the surf there. So maybe I could support that compromise of taking that area for turn the surf check into, I think, I'm not sure how many extra parks, it was 9 extra parks or something. But yeah, that would be the extent of what I could support of a change, while still respecting the a massive amount of work that CAG put in.
Mr. Medal, can you just outline what happened with the options and that way forward, and just in terms of funding?
So in terms of funding, there's no money in the budget currently. You have a separate proposal today to look at pushing forward with Horseshoe Bay. So council's got to be cognizant of this scheme in a run of schemes in, again, the environment of a special rate variation. In terms of chasing down funding, there's more likelihood, in my experience, of rejuvenating green and recreational space funding than there is for increasing car parking. So this solution, I think we will be targeting grants that recognise the improvement to the environment that we make in this facility, and the additional car parks will be a bonus.
Councillor Selby.
Close. Thank you, Madam Mayor. Something I think everybody's missed in talking to a few of the surfers out there, most of them don't use the surf check even down the bottom end. They look at the camera that's there. And I think we've forgotten all about that. And I support what Councillor Pakes is putting forward, but I think that the camera, children's safety, and the response from the crowd that was this side yesterday, if you're in there, they made a bit of noise, and I think there's a lot more people than the ones that were sitting here yesterday that are backing what they were talking about.
A few questions based on what I heard yesterday, and then I have a neutral talk as well. But I just want to ask I just want to refer to the surf check bit, if I may, and against that, I think the term surf check has attached itself to one user group, and I think that's unfortunate. And I would have liked to have seen another term used. For example, when that car park is full, you can pull up there and have a look at the beach, not the surf, the beach, and decide whether you want to go to the beach or not. And then you look at that and say, yeah, I will. I will park in Willow Street, park in the town. I'll drag my kids and my dog and everything down to the beach. I don't want to do that. I don't want to do that and then find out that beach, I don't want to go to the beach and drag them all back again and manage their expectations. I would just say that be mindful in future of the terms that we use, because that actually infuriates me that you have assigned surf check to one user group. It's isolating, it's discriminatory. As you mentioned, we do not all surf. I hear everything that people have said, but the term surf check is most unfortunate because look what we've done. We have attached one user group, the surfers, to that. It doesn't sit comfortably with me.
Thank you, Councillor Wyatt. I think we might do a straw poll on the amendment at this stage, just in the interest of time. Councillor Bain, unless you had a new...
Yes, it is. I'm just responding to what Councillor Wyatt has said and thinking that, yes, that I had only had in my head that one, that it's a surf check. It's also a drop-off zone, isn't it? It's also a place where a bus can pull up and drop off people with disability. It's so yeah. Now this is what we do. Why do we do workshop of a whole, committee of a whole? Because we're bouncing ideas off each other, and we've got to be willing to change our point of view. That's the purpose of debate. So yeah, I'm now moving more towards leaving that drop-off zone space accessible for all. Yeah.
Or just Mr. Medal.
Thank you. I just wanted to address Councillor Pake's point about safety. So the difference between the recommended plan and the plan with the north-facing car parks is that all those additional car parking spaces will be perpendicular to the surf for obvious reasons, which leads to the most dangerous reversing manoeuvre with small children behind cars, which is more dangerous than children alongside cars. So you'll be aware that my professional training includes transport planning, and road safety is a concerning issue for all of us. The north-facing plan would include trying to really segregate a walkway either side, in effect, of where the additional parking would go, but it would still create a more dangerous manoeuvre where people either have to choose to reverse into those parking spaces and then not be able to watch the surf, or that they drive into the parking space and then have to reverse out. So I just wanted to address that safety perspective, because I think from a highways engineering perspective, I don't think that it will increase road safety.
At this stage, I just want to take a straw poll on the amendment. If you are for the amendment, please raise your hand. All right, it's only 2. If we can get a motion to come out of committee and now continue with debate.
So I can ask my questions back there?
Yep, you certainly can.
Because
Yep. Councillor Saul, Councillor Matchett, is there any dissent? No dissent. Sorry, I just need some procedural advice. All right. Would you like to withdraw your amendment, or what would you like to go through from here?
I just from the Mr. Medal's response to a more dangerous manoeuvre, isn't that the same manoeuvre that every other car would make to the east of that location? They would be reversing out. That's exactly the same manoeuvre as every other car currently does at the car park at this current time.
That is the case, and what you are creating is additional spaces to perform that additional manoeuvre. The recommended concept plan does not have vehicles taking that manoeuvre alongside area 15 and 16.
Councillor Pakes, where would you like to go to from here?
I'd be happy to remove the 30 metres buffer reduction and put the or request that Councillor Matchett includes the parking facing the ocean as an amendment.
Councillor Matchett, do you accept that amendment?
I don't know.
You can just say no.
No.
Councillor Pakes, do you have a seconder for your amendment? Is there a seconder for his amendment? Councillor Saul.
Thought we had to ask Selby.
Selby, sorry. Councillor Selby seconds it. We'll now debate this new amendment. Procedural
motion, Madam Mayor. Could we see the actual amendment up on the screen, please? As Councillor Pakes, have you sent the words through? Or?
I'd actually ask if Mr. Metal could. You can't screen share that the picture, because that's, I think the diagram will show a lot more than what.
So if it's helpful drawing on the words that you put forward previously, it would say to place ocean facing parking along the surf check area. That's how Councillor Pakes stated it when he originally moved the amendment.
Yep.
The minute taker took down some slightly different wording that she's about to put on the screen, and it's on the screen now for councillors to have a look at. It's on the end of point 2. There we go. Now it's updated.
All right. Councillor Pakes, would you like to speak to your amendment?
Councillors, I show you, alert you to the north-facing car parks in that design on the right-hand side. Now, to me, from the 13.5 back to the left towards the Area 15 is the premium parking place at Crescent Head. We are removing, by passing the plan in its current form, Councillor Matchett's original motion, we are removing the premium positions in Crescent Head. I'm not sure you can put your hand on your heart and recognise that until you see it in this picture and then visualise it in your head, but that this is what we are doing. We are removing that, and this is our opportunity as councillors to have input. I raised this at the July 10th consultation, and I'm surprised that logic hasn't prevailed on this one. I think this is a logical compromise, and it's very close to the original plan. Very close to the original plan, but it maintains the premium positions in this area. I accept that CEO Metal has raised that it is a more dangerous situation reversing out of those car parks. However, it is exactly the same situation currently in that location. It is no different. It is actually a less dangerous situation than now, because it is a reduction in the amount of reverse parking out of that area because there's less cars there. So safety wise, it's still safer than what it is now. But it's also safer than the left because you don't have cars driving past a green space area where children can be playing, but they could be running back towards the playground area. What direction is the area on the top right-hand side of that figure back towards where the play area is? That's where kids will go. They will find a straight line and they'll go straight through it. And that is the same areas where cars will be passing through. The car parks provide a buffer. They provide a buffer for children not to walk through. And that is why I think that safety point is probably the biggest point so far. I hear that the community has spoken. Yes, the community of Crescent Head has spoken. And that group has come together and done some great work. And I absolutely acknowledge their efforts. Do I think they got the design right? 98% yes. And I absolutely think that we're nearly there. We're about that far off. So this is only a minor amendment. I think you put this to community and I think they'll love it. I think you put the surf check to community, they will refer back to Southwest Rocks and not being able to sit and look at the rocks of in front of Southwest Rocks Surf Club. You can't sit there anymore because it's a drive-through area. You can't even have enough time to turn. You've got to keep moving. You can't actually have the time to have a look at the beach because you've got cars up your bum to get out of there. So you've got a case in point previously where I don't think we got it right. I don't think we got it right at that point, and we got a chance to make it right. I think this is the point for us to make it right. I have been around long enough to see the first plans come through. They were horrendous, and no wonder the community got on board and said no. And that's why it's taken this long. Yes, we've heard community, but we've got to hear councillors as well. We've got to hear people on the ground and hear what they say. Yes, respect what the community has said, but also you've had other, if you sat and listened to the public forum yesterday, they were reasonable points put by the proprietor of the business out there. And that's the first opportunity. And I asked her, when did you have a chance to put, and yes, she was invited to, but I know that she works an extremely large amount of time. And did she want to go to a talk fest? Probably not. But this is not the result of a talk fest. This is a result of some really good consultation. And I think she thought as yesterday was her opportunity to have a say. And I hear her. So I would concede the 30 metres, but make that the option. And I really hope that councillors see this as a compromise position, because this has been an issue for a long time. And this is a good plan currently. That's a good plan. But that amendment makes it a better plan. It makes it a better plan. Why? Because there's more car parks, because it's safer. And we've heard that it'll meet both. Like really, what's the green space reduction there? It's minor, a very minor green space reduction, an increase in car parking. It's a plus. So, you know, well, I think it's a no-brainer. I think we should be doing it. It's a practical approach. And yeah, I've been looking at plans since 1997. And when I looked at that plan, I said it on 10th of July and it wasn't changed for the reasons that the group said.
Sorry, that's 5 minutes.
Oh,
is there any more debate on this amendment?
Madam Mayor.
Councillor Saul.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I'm just looking at the diagrams on the screen, and I'd like perhaps your assistance with this, please. So if a car were to drive along in the left-hand side, they can stop, they can see the beach, they can see the water. Option north-facing parks, you're actually trying to look over a car parked in front of you. Doesn't that sort of diminish the point of being able to see the beach and the water that we referred to earlier? I mean, you're still not able to see anything. You have to park somewhere and come back to it. So with a surf check, you can see if you wish to see it and then decide from there. The north-facing parks, you can't see past, especially if it's a big four-wheel drive or camper van. You can't see past that.
Are you asking if people are going to the beach to park or to go to the beach?
Well, Madam Mayor, I was just making a point there. Perhaps do people want to be able to see the beach, or which is point left, which is the left-hand side, which they can there, and they may not be able to on the right-hand side, unless you can correct me on that.
Not sure. Is there any more debate on this amendment? Any speakers? We've had a speaker for. Is there any speakers against this amendment?
May I just have a point of clarification?
Yep.
Just this amendment,
Just
not
this
the
amendment.
whole piece.
We're debating the amendment, and if it's lost, we'll go back to the original motion. If it's approved, this will then become the motion. So if there's no further debate.
I do have a procedural motion, a procedural matter, and it kind of relates to the questions that I was going to ask, but which I will ask, but I just want to make a statement of my intent, which is that what I'm going to say later. I cannot in good conscience make an informed decision. I'm not confident in the depth and the rigor of the data analysis from a scientific testing of significance point of view. I'm not confident in the transparency of the process and governance around the impact of the holiday park. I also have inadvertently compromised myself. And so when any vote comes, I will be leaving the chamber because I don't want to vote. I can't vote. But I do have questions and I do want to make a few statements. So how does that?
Just a point of clarity, if you're not going to vote, is that just in conscience or in conflict? Because if it's in conflict, I think it's unfair that you influence debate. But if it's in conscience because you don't feel that you can, I think that's a bit different.
Conscience.
Well,
I think Councillor White raises some significant concerns, and if elected members are not happy that the elements she's mentioned have been dealt with appropriately, then council should not make a decision today, and they should resolve to make those matters clear prior to making a decision on this project. They're serious matters that are alleged, and my advice to councillors would always be that you need to be across all the information and comfortable with the information in front of you before you make a decision.
Can I respond? I'm trying to. I've been asking about these questions. I'm trying to reconcile this whole thing in my head with questions. So I can ask the questions now or wait till you vote on that amendment.
how many questions do you have, Councillor White?
I know that's painful. Sorry.
No, it's okay. It's 11:30
I know.
and we have 9 items
Some of
left.
them are yes/no questions.
Yeah.
I'm happy to vote on this part.
I think we'll put
Yeah.
the amendment to a vote, and then we'll have a way forward. Those in favour of the amendment, or is he close? Yeah, right.
Sorry, the mover has right.
You have the right to reply on this one, Councillor Matchett.
Yeah, look, Councillor Pakes has raised some very valid points, and as someone who's an occasional but not frequent user of this space, my opinions are probably not as strong as others. So I fully appreciate all of the different perspectives raised, but I think in the spirit of what Councillor Bain raised earlier, in the spirit of respecting the extensive work that the CAG have done, that the numerous compromises each party has made along the way to give up something to create a plan that it's amenable to the most amount of people, I'm inclined to support it in its current format, but I appreciate all of the points to the contrary raised. But yeah, open up to vote with the councillors.
Those in favour of the amendment, please raise your hand. Only 2. The amendment's lost. We go back to the original motion. Councillor White, would you like to proceed with your questions?
Thank you. First up, I just wanted to clarify, I wasn't a councillor in 2021. Have we resolved that? So it says that I brought this motion back. Yeah, okay. So I wasn't a councillor in 2021.
Yeah, through you, Madam Mayor, apologise for that error in the report. The original motion to go back out to further consultation in 2021 was an amendment. It was moved by Councillor Patterson. Where the confusion arose is there were 2 later resolutions taken about how we form the CAG and the formation of the CAG, and you were the mover on both of those.
Thank you. 2 questions around the changes in the space. So following what Maria Johnson said about reduction in 45% of those north-facing car parks, is that correct? 45%?
Through Madam Mayor, yes, that is correct.
Okay. And following what Ken Scotton said, he said that there is a 400-metre reduction of green space and an increase in road weight, and that increase, and that the green space triangle wasn't included in the calculation of numbers is that correct?
Through you, Madam Mayor, I can say I would say overall no, that statement's not correct. But what I would say to add some colour to that is, given the different ways that the space has been assessed at different parts of the process, given the fact that there's the proposal to move the holiday park boundary, I think as some have spoken to, the actual envelope being considered in some of those calculations has changed over time. So I think Mr. Scotton is correct in saying if you follow all the numbers through the process, they don't always add up to the same total because the actual size of the area that we're considering has changed. I also think you might find that depending on who was doing the measuring at what part of the process using what tools. So whether it's an architect such as Civil doing it on a design versus our designers doing it on CAD, you're going to find some discrepancy in the figures that are produced by both of those processes as well. So I would admit that it has not been entirely clear. Those figures are not all apples for apples. You can't compare all of them to each other. I think, though, the figures that are in the report, though, that we've provided you speak to the overall outcome.
The Speaker, I think it was Maria, said last night, and in the handout it has a petition of 8,500 signatures. Was CAG or KSC, Kempsey Shire Council, aware of this petition and was it submitted?
Through you, Madam Mayor, I could not say precisely historically when we were made aware of the petition, because I think you'll find the petition dates back to 2021 on the first signatures on it. So it was presented to council as part of that process, I do recall. I think what was spoken to last night is they have continued to collect signatures on that petition since that time, and no, that has not been presented as part of this process.
The surf reserve, did CAG consider the surf reserve in that its mission statement, as I've been made aware of it, is for the surf reserve to have increased green space, reduce congestion and create a buffer zone? Are you aware, do you know if CAG considered the values of the surf reserve?
I think there's probably two parts, sorry, through you, Madam Mayor, I think there's two parts to that. So overall, yes, if those things that you just spoke about there were considerations which were considered by the CAG as part of the process. I think the second part, though, is the point made last night that ultimately the surf reserve is about the surf. Yeah, so I think there's definitely two parts to that, but those values that you outlined at the start were values that were considered by the CAG.
Yeah, does the surf reserve have a land component compelling the status of the car park to be protected as a value of that reserve?
Through you, Madam Mayor, no.
Will a concept plan as it's presented there affect any of the values or the objectives of the surf reserve?
Through you, Madam Mayor, not in our view, no.
Okay. And moving on to the holiday park area, which I do feel is challenging for me. Area 9 has become public recreation, says it in the plan there. And when this was brought to council's attention in about 2004, previous ELT advice was that a roadway and car parking would not be consistent with the intent of the holiday park. The question is, for the purposes of the Crown Land Management Act, is a car park consistent with public recreation?
Through you, Madam Mayor, yes, that use is permitted under the plan of management for that park. I think what goes to this point that is really important is at the same meeting the council formed the CAG, council also adopted some revised concept plans for Crescent Head Holiday Park. And I think that was also a really good example of a mutually beneficial engagement with the Crescent Head community. Those revised concept plans added additional cabins into Area 8. So when you take into account the changes of adding the cabins in Area 8, versus removing these camping spaces and providing more open space. Overall, we're still in a position where we're getting a significantly increased net revenue out of the holiday park. That wasn't the case before those discussions when that previous advice was provided, nor was the current plan of management adopted at the time the previous advice was provided.
So that just creates confusion for me around specifically the car park. So, I mean, is a car park a road, and therefore is the car park or the road, is it considered community land or operational land?
Through you, Madam Mayor, a car park is a road-related area. It is, for some purposes, considered a road. Car parks and roads are permitted on community land where they are necessary to provide the community the benefit of the community land. So case in point, we can't build a road through community land, say just to service a private development, but certainly there are lots of pieces of community land throughout the Shire that need car parking located on those community land for people to enjoy and utilise that community land, and that is a permissible use.
In order to approve the 15-metre reduction in the holiday park footprint and noting that council is the Crown Land manager of that reserve, does council need to consult with Crown Lands because it is reducing the footprint of the holiday park area? And this was made clear to us with your predecessor that we...
Through you, Madam Mayor, we certainly will consult with Crown Lands on those changes, so we're not going to do it in secret, so to speak, and this meeting is public, so yes, there will be conversations with Crown Lands around that. As I mentioned in one of my earlier responses, when changes to the holiday park boundary...
Will it need to be amended, and will a concept plan need to be amended and approved by councillors to change that use?
Through you, Madam Mayor, if councillors are to adopt this plan today, they are making a decision which authorises the reduction in that space. So this decision of council would authorise that reduction. It would not necessarily require a change to the concept plans. However, I would say that those concept plans are a living document. There will be changes to those concept plans and additional information added to them in the future. And at that time, when we do that, then we would amend those concept plans.
It is in the resolution there in point 3 as well.
I mean, that's a good that's an interesting answer, because, and I'm not sure, you probably know better, you might have a better understanding than me. My understanding is that council approved the safari tents, but then it had to go back out on public exhibition just to determine that. And then it needed to be an amendment amended by councillors.
Yeah, through you, Madam Mayor, that was part of the public consultation process for those changes to the concept plans. These plans that you have before you today have been out on public consultation and we have public comment on them.
Correct, but not with the reduction of another 11 campsites. Were the holiday park users of those of Area 9, particularly those that use Area 9, consulted, given that Area 9 is the camping caravanning site? So was the holiday park users consulted as part of this process?
Through you, Madam Mayor, whilst I can say that the consultation process certainly was open to people from the holiday park to comment on, and whilst I don't know whether any did, I would assume that some did. We have not directly engaged with the particular users of those particular sites.
And final question. Was the holiday park lessee and the manager consulted, and are they aware that there is a reduction of 11 sites and 4.5 metres with a car park that's going to be smack hard up against their boundary?
Through you, Madam Mayor, yes, this change to the plans has been previously foreshadowed, and we have had conversations, although not in-depth consultation with the operators. However, part of the timing of this and the reason why that date is in there is that is the date which the current contract with the holiday park management expires, and therefore it is envisaged that this boundary change would form part of the new management agreement, or whatever arrangements supersede the current management agreement.
All right, thank you. Do we have any more debate on this? We've had some pretty lengthy discussions in terms of amendments, but are you speaking against? All right, Councillor Matchett's gone for, you'll go against. So you may speak, Councillor Wyatt.
Just some of the phrases from yesterday's meeting really resonated with me. Is one, it's a privilege to park at the Foreshore, not a right. It's the cheapest oceanfront camping area on the North Coast because it's free. And then the contrast between a design that prioritises people over green space or car parks over vehicles. And this is the crux of what we're dealing with, is balancing access needs of user groups, different user groups, amenity, and ensuring that a place that is most loved remains intact. For me, I'm really confused, having been in this room since 2021, late 2021. From a business perspective, it was not long ago that we were presented with a need to generate revenue so that Crown Lands could better support itself with less reliance on the general fund. So that goes to support what Director has said. From a users group perspective, we've seen several caravan and camping sites lost with the creation of the safari tents. We're having similar conversations with people around at Southwest Rocks about this cabins versus caravan park site. And at the heart of all of this is the Foreshore car park. And I agree with Maria Johnson, that's not just a car park, and for the people that she represents, the Save Our Car Park group, it's a gathering place. It's a van life surf community, mobile, transient and deeply connected space for people. But I wonder whether if we told the caravan park community that 11 more sites in addition to those that they've already lost, would they accept that quietly, or would they form an activism group to save our Crescent Head camping sites? It's values. Ross Foster made an interesting point about the demographics, age demographics of the community, and the first survey, it was heavily weighted towards over 55s. It could be statistically significant, we don't know, but that's the demographic of the community, over 55. And it's interesting that the second round of consultation, there was more young people being engaged. That just showed an even more spread across those groups, with around 25% each. For me, these statistics are a little bit one-dimensional. There's no social demographer, from what I can see, social demographer or social science analysis to develop an understanding of what that actually means, how representative, how significant, and the test of significance for statistics. I mean, the CAG group itself is interesting for me. There's 15 members. 16 were not selected. There was no quorum for voting or decision making, and only 2 people attended all 8 meetings. 4 attended 7. 1 didn't attend any. The Save Our Car Park representative attended 4, and there was a scattering of others. So when we talk about community input, I look through an academic lens on data, statistics, and significance testing, and with such a controversial interest, I needed far more confidence in the analysis. I'm the one that said many times that it's tired, dowdy, and frankly just ugly. We all know, I've worked in recreation, outdoor planning spaces, and landscape design as a ranger in metropolitan and around New South Wales and the United States. And when I look to the north from Crescent Head, it's stunning and every bit as spectacular as international renowned landscapes. But I look to the south, it's horrible to me, at least, and that's my value. Iconic places around the world are being loved to death, and we here in New South Wales no different. I talked about this at the community group around the Loop Road about carrying capacity, and I wasn't on council when the Save Our Car Park group formed, and I must admit I was surprised by the passion for people with a bitumen strip, especially because not long before that some of those people were saying fought hard against sealing the Plummer Road. It's like, hang on, what? You do or you don't? Within this Crown Land Reserve and the Foreshore precinct are some really outstanding environmental, geological and cultural values. When we check the surf or we walk up Little Nobby, do you know you're trampling on threatened ecological communities? You're trampling on tiny little threatened plants. And I found Aboriginal heritage artefact sites on that headland as well. Ross Foster's history notes yesterday tell us, population has changed, it's grown. Population continues to rise. It's not rocket science. The demand for these places intensifies. But the land remains the same. It doesn't increase. It can't expand to our needs, and it's struggling under the pressure. And I reckon if it could speak, it might say something like, you're choking me, I can't breathe anymore. You want too much from me, I can't deal with it. So I want to acknowledge and sincerely thank the Big Knobby June Care volunteers for their tireless work in protecting those little plants and that threatened ecological community, because you care. So I'm grateful to them and thank you for their contribution. But this isn't about my values or needs. And I like Councillor Bain's words around the decision-making, serenity, courage, etc. As I said, I find myself deeply conflicted by the range of views that have been shared with me, all thoughtful, passionate, well considered. I feel that I've inadvertently compromised myself, and for that reason I cannot in good conscience make an informed decision. I'm not confident in the depth and the rigour of the statistics nor the transparency of the process of the governance that has been explained to me today. I hear you, I just need more. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any speakers for the motion? If there's no further debate, it's fine. Councillor Match, would you like to close debate?
Yeah, nothing further to add, Madam Mayor.
I'll put the motion. Is there any dissent? There is 2 dissenting. Sorry. It is 6-2. The motion is carried. We'll now move to item 10.2, Community Grant Program Recommendations, Round 1. Do we have a mover? Councillor Matchett. Do we have a seconder? Councillor Saul. Councillor Matchett, would you like to open debate?
Sorry, I don't have any prepared remarks for this. I applaud the work of the group that have done all of the assessment and applications for this. I think there's some really worthy recipients of these grants. I think this is a fantastic feature of our council that we are able to give out these micro grants to different deserving groups and individuals. So I commend this to my colleagues.
Thank you. Are there any questions on this one? Councillor Coburn.
I just have a question around the Environmental Fund. I note that Southwest Rocks Community Dune Care has been awarded $5,000 for the restoration of Big Knobby Headland, along with the Big Knobby Bush Care Group. And when we refer to further down in the document about previous funds which have been, I think it's in your success stories. There was also the Macleay Land Care Network were awarded $4,775. Is there a top limit to the amount of money that's going to be put into this area? It just seems to me that's nearly $15,000 for the one project, and I just would like a bit of clarification around that, please.
can, sorry, through you, Madam Mayor.
Yeah, cool.
Sorry, I can probably make some comment. Obviously, we try to spread the money around and apply it to different causes around the Shire. But where we have worthy applicants that meet the eligibility criteria and they're eligible for the funding, and then we'll award that to the people who are there. Unfortunately, a lot of the sort of work that this does out of the environmental fund, which is funded by the environmental levy, which needs to be in line with the requirements that we have for spending that money, a lot of it gets allocated to some weed control and things like that, which do have ongoing costs year on year. So I think you'll find that any amount of money which we could allocate in that space could be utilised, particularly on some of those more prominent headlands and areas for that control. And it's really a good news story for us that we've got community groups who are volunteering to do that work for us, rather than us having to do that ourselves.
Councillor Song.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Just a minor question, please. Will the community groups be coming to council to present what they've done and a bit about their activities, perhaps? Is that, or does it need to be second part of the motion, or is that just going to be a situation where they've been invited to come and speak?
Last year they did a thing out at Slim Dusty with checks and things like that. Some of the groups do invite councillors out to view their projects actually in situ. But in terms of a deputation or a presentation, Mr. Thorogood might have a comment on that one.
Yeah, through you, Madam Mayor. They certainly provide reporting back to us, and the Mayor just referred to a couple of the things that they do, and I'd encourage councillors to take advantage of those opportunities. Whilst we're open to receiving deputations, I would say they have proven logistically difficult where we've done them in the past, particularly where often they get done at a council meeting. If you've got this many groups who are presenting for 5 minutes each, we can go until well after lunchtime receiving those deputations from the groups. So I'd suggest it's not always necessarily a great use of councillors' time to receive them, but they do certainly report back to us, and many of them do attend either other council events or invite councillors to attend their events, and I'd encourage councillors to avail themselves of those opportunities.
Thank you.
I think a way that I've seen this work in the past as well is as part of the grant acquittals. They have to supply photographs to the council of what they've achieved and give commentary about what they've done, tell a little bit of a story, and then the council's media team's able to capitalise like that and encourage future applicants to apply to what's a pretty small bucket of council grants. I have to say, I know we're in financial restraint at the moment, but this will be one area that I'd really look at if we had more money in the budget. As a landscape board with a budget the 10th of the size of this, we were giving out $500,000 a year to the community. So certainly I think the council can do better in community grants in terms of the quantum it puts out there, because this just gets multiplied many times by all the volunteer effort that goes beyond it.
Thank you. I'd have to say in my travels as mayor, I get a lot of appreciation and thank yous for the work of the community grants team. I was at the Estedford AGM on Saturday, Surface Rocks South Ice Saving Club, SPADCO, netball. I think it's only strengthened the relationships between council and the community, which is really positive. Is there any debate on this one? Councillor Bain?
Madam Mayor, I'd like to speak in favour of this. I'd like to congratulate the community grants team on the fantastic work they've done, and I really like that there's that wide balance across the community of grants to support. I absolutely hear what Mr. Medal said, and the bang we get for the buck is tremendous because of the volunteer support. I think it's great to see the engagement with youth, with the fire resilience program and the Dash with a Splash, environmental, as we've discussed, the big knobby. And I note too that there weren't any environmental projects that were not successful. So, you know, that these people are at the forefront. Sporting and creative and the social issues of the food pantry and coastal safety, we've really got a broad sweep, and communities clearly well engaged, great long-term participation and increasing participation. And I'm also aware that council works with those community groups that weren't successful in building their capacity to write submissions and to meet those criteria. So well done to everybody involved in that, Muttingby.
Thank you, Councillor Bain. Is there any more contributions? Oh, yes, we do have a correction from Mr. Medal.
Thank you. Mrs. Webster's advised me that the Southwest Rocks Community Dune Care, there's a cut and paste error there that should read restoration of riparian paperbark and littoral rainforest wildlife corridor at Saltwater Creek, Southwest Rocks, rather than restoration of Big Knobby Headland.
Yes, it was a bit bemusing to see Southwest Rocks encroaching on Crescent Head territory. They must have unlocked the gates for them. No, I'm joking. If there's no more debate, Councillor Matchett. Councillor White.
Look, having you just said that environmental fund, just put that up a bit. They're all those Dune Care groups. I think I've said this before. The Southwest Rocks one is a nationally award-winning Dune Care group that have been working for, when I used to work with them, 30 years, so probably 40 years by now. They're doing exceptional work. They have done work from right through Smoky Cape to the river. The Big Knobby one I just mentioned before, they're starting out, and I mentioned thank you to them for paying attention to the tiny little plants that we trample on every time we check out the surf. And Spadco are also brand new in this space, so they're doing work on grassy headlands. And same with the Hat Head Dune Care. I've worked. Maybe I should have declared a conflict of interest. Sorry, I've worked with them as well. All of those are on the headlands. They're all working in threatened ecological communities. It's the Thermidor Headland grassland areas, and I think through their work making these areas beautiful so that you're not tripping over Lantana and Bitu, I'm very, 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 very super grateful to their work as volunteers. And that doesn't discount anyone else on that group, but just shout out thank you to the environmental people.
Thank you. Councillor Matchett, would you like to close debate?
Close debate.
I'll put the motion. Is there any dissent? There is no dissent. We'll now move to item 10.3, Stuarts Point Structure Plan. Do we have a mover? Councillor Wyatt, seconder. Councillor Matchett, Councillor Wyatt, would you like to open debate?
Thank you. Just briefly, I thank the people for preparing this plan. I mentioned in our briefing last night. I've read it. I think it's a really good plan. I'm really happy with what I've read. It's clear. It's articulate. It takes into account modern issues that are we're facing. I thank you also for whomever answered all of these questions that I had. I thank you for that as well. I think that's really good. I think what I wanted to say specifically is that I haven't had the opportunity in detail to read the entire plan. I've read the sections that are very important to me and that I have expertise and knowledge in and that I feel I can contribute. But I believe there's some really important lessons here with structure planning from the Southwest Rocks experience. And given that this plan will serve as a blueprint for future development and may be used by the state to assess development applications for subdivisions, over 50s living, housing concept plans, planning proposals under the new provisions of the Environmental Planning and Assessment Act, it is essential that we take the time to ensure that this plan is robust and fit for purpose. And I hope that as many people dig into this as possible, because you don't want to be in a position in 10 years' time where the state government are assessing a DA and they're using the strategic plans. And that was made clear to Councillor Bain and myself when we attended the council elected member training, is that because we are in a housing crisis, basically, that there are provisions in the Environmental Planning and Assessment Act for development just to be considered by the state government, and they will go to our strategic documents to do that assessment without needing to go to council. So it's really important that I say the community's intentions are really clear what they want from that. And I also was just out in Western New South Wales last week. I came back from Bathurst and Orange and Raymond Terrace and other places, and I was just, actually Southwest Rocks is a bit the same as well. I was surprised at seeing, I reckon, thousands of housing subdivisions of housing. They were cookie cutter housing. They looked the same. All of them had roofs this color, black roofs. There was very few solar panels on those roofs, and there's certainly no trees. And it's all bitumen. And that is something that I really, really hope that for the people living in those places that we don't end up like that. That's what we need to consider. That is a heat stress, and it contributes to the cost of the people living in the houses. So that's what I mean by that. It was also just brought up yesterday by Mary Lou from Spadco about the Nambar community, and I think we should actually add it a bit in there, is that the Clybucka Aboriginal area, the Clybucka Nature Reserve, and an unknown Indigenous area, it's just got a place name, are listed on the Australian Heritage Database, so the Register of National Estate. You do have that golden hole, the Clybucka Midden Complex down there, which is dated 20, 30,000 years, and also the subject of a litigation in the past. So yeah, I agree that Aboriginal value, heritage value, should be stated up front. Good plan, love it, thanks.
Thank you, Councillor Wyatt. Is there any points of clarification on this motion? Any debate? Councillor Coburn.
I'm of a similar viewpoint to Councillor Wyatt. I love the gentle approach, particularly with this area. It's a bit of an unknown, not knowing the full environmental impacts that could happen with the identified greenfield space, and knowing the importance within that community. Environment is one of the really big ticket items for them. So I commend this as being the opportunity to really make sure that there are stringent things in place for council that reinforces what that community wants in its potential growth. They've already dealt with the fact that they're going to get sewerage, and I think they fully understand the fact that that area will be earmarked for growth. I also, from my experience at Southwest Rocks and things that are happening out there, do have concerns again about a development when it perhaps comes to us, that state government might jump on board with that. So again, it becomes very important that the preservation of the environment and the old growth trees and those corridors for our fauna are really considered in that. So I do think the plan is an excellent start point. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Coburn. Is there any further debate on this one?
Just a question, please. My first question there was that I don't recall we had a briefing. Obviously, we had a briefing last night, and the answer to the question is that was councillors' opportunity to have input. I mean, that briefing was at 7 o'clock last night, and really didn't have enough time. Through the CEO, I guess, will you accept councillors providing some comments on this through our councillor portal?
I'm happy to delay going out to public exhibition by a week to enable you to provide your comments in writing to me, and us to flex the document to reflect that, give you an ample opportunity to then respond if that is of use.
All right, thank you. If there's no further questions or debate, Councillor White, you can close microphone.
Thank you for that week, and I close the debate.
Thank you, Councillor Wyatt. I'll now put the motion. Is there any dissent? There is none. The motion is carried. We'll now move to item 10.4, Chief Executive Officer Performance Agreement 2025-2026. Do we have a mover? Councillor Matchett, seconded Councillor Bain. Councillor Matchett, would you like to open debate?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. This was something that we as councillors were all invited to and participated in the process of developing some of those goals and guidelines for Mr. Medal. He provided some valuable feedback and we mutually agreed to those outcomes. So I commend this to my colleagues.
Thank you, Councillor Matchett.
Just to say, I put my preference there for all elected members to serve on the review committee. You had previously come up with a scenario for your previous general manager. but this is not something that's tied to your local government act rules, is tied to the contractual rules. So those obligations to the previous general manager ended at the end of his term. So you're free to make whichever decision you choose today. That helps.
And just to note, we hadn't previously resolved performance review committee, so this would be formally resolving it at council, which can only be done at council by council, obviously. Yeah, do we have any questions on this one or any debate? Councillor Wyatt?
I do have a little debate because I haven't made up my mind of how I feel about it. I will in a second. And this is my personal views, not the reflection of anybody else. I am not satisfied for me. There is a level of people management experience and access to information to appropriately assess the performance of a senior executive civil servant, one that's responsible for leading an organisation of about 400 staff, managing $1 billion of assets, overseeing goodness knows how many millions in CapEx and the day-to-day budget. Maybe in the future, or maybe as part of this, is that you could consider some detailed training around people management. For me, this is kind of about the association between the separation of strategic and operations around councillors only having a strategic oversight and not operational. And in a perfect world, I would like to have some direct, if it being on this committee, I'd have like some access to direct reports, which is not appropriate, meaningful data on grievances and work health and safety, which is operational, the councillor staff survey, which is operational, a role in selecting the 360 reviews, again, operational, and follow-up interviews with those providing 360 reviews, again, operational. I was on the previous GM's performance review in 2022. I felt it was a very unprofessional process for a group of councillors with no experience or quals in the management of to monitor the performance of such a high functioning executive. Like there was a 1 to 10 scale, and we only really picked up 3 because it is hard. It's super hard to review somebody. And I know that you've changed providers, I think, so it could be different. I am aware that and I just think that, you know, with a lack of really good quality people management, I'm wondering that could be unfair. In that previous situation, I thought that was unfair to our previous GM. Like, there was personalities brought into that. I mean, having 9 people removes that, but I just thought when I was on that process, I just thought it was really unfair to him. I didn't feel like we stood that pub test, really. I have been a senior manager in the public service. It's really complex to do performance reviews. There's a lot of responsibility and liability that comes with that. And I'm not sure how I feel about being on the committee. I don't want to be disrespectful or belligerent, because I just want to express my support and commitment to you as a CEO who, in a short period of time, you've really demonstrated exceptional courage, authenticity and integrity in the leadership. And I don't want to be judging your performance. Like, I think you're far more, I mean, you're the CEO. You've won your job fairly and squarely with a whole set of criteria. I don't feel that it's up to me to monitor your performance. Thoughts?
Thank you for your kind words. The reason that I've asked for all 9 of you to meet as a panel or committee is because I had unfortunate experience with a previous employer where the committee was comprised of one faction of council. So then when matters came to council, I was completely wrong-footed, and I don't want to be put in that situation again. So I was just hoping that all of you would be prepared to give up a little bit of extra time to help me on my journey, because I thank you for your kind words. I recognise I've still got a hell of a lot to learn. Each job I've done, I feel I've done it a little bit better on what I've learned in the past, but I'm not complete by any stretch of the imagination. So That's why I'm asking for a little bit of support and input from you via a committee process where we're not constrained with what happens in the council chamber. Thank you.
Councillor Bain.
Madam Mayor, I'd like to speak in support of the resolution. I think performance management is a responsibility of councillors. We have got in our role, we have got oversight. I think we've got some really good, well negotiated key performance indicators, and I would I welcome the fact that it's broadened from a smaller group to a larger group, because that switches all of our brains on to what is important in performance management. Now, performance management isn't about finding fault. I mean, it may be, but it's also about finding strengths and giving direction. So, you know, when I've worked under good leaders, I've found, you know, their performance management of my work really helpful in guiding to improve my outcomes. And when I work with staff doing performance management, it's an important part of our daily work in establishing what they're doing well and where they can improve. It also sets a paper trail, if you like, so we can't turn around down the track and say, oh, look, we're really not happy. It's when we've had this opportunity to have input over a long term. So, yeah, I welcome it. And I also questioned the potential that we might need to rescind the previous motion, but Mr. Medal has explained very clearly that it was a contractual basis. So that performance management committee for the previous general manager ended with the ending of his contract. So that was great clarification. So I'm looking forward to working with all of my colleagues and working to support our CEO to identify his strengths and areas for development, and let's grow as a strong council working together. Marangi.
Thank you, Councillor Bain. Is there any further debate on this one? Councillor Matchett, would you like to close debate?
Sorry.
Yep.
So I just did. Just a note, we will still have our external provider as a part of that to make sure that it is totally transparent. Thank you.
Yes, it will be facilitated by, I believe, Local Government Management Solutions. Councillor Matchett.
Nothing further to add, Madam Mayor.
All right, I'll put the motion. Is there any dissent? There is none. We'll now move to item 10.5, which is the councillor staff interaction policy. Do we have a mover? Councillor Bain. Do we have a seconder? Councillor Matchett. Councillor Bain, would you like to open debate?
Yes, Marangi, Madam Mayor. I thank Council for the putting together that policy so quickly and using the Office of Local Government model. I believe it's really, really important that we continue our education as councillors, but also as staff, on staying in our lane of what is strategic and what is operational. I note that there's probably an increased workload for Mrs. Thomas, and but it's really good. I really appreciate the fact that we get clarification about who we can contact, how we can contact them, and just as an addition, and this isn't part of the policy, but it's something that I've discussed with Mr. Medal, is just, I think it's a great idea to CC the CEO into any communication. I generally do councillors and ELT when I do a communication. I just think it means that councillors don't need to ask the same questions as someone else has done, and that we all get those responses. So I think it's very good. I think it's improving clarity. It's going to improve the health and wellbeing of staff and councillors, because it's frustrating when when you're not clear on what your role is. So I commend the councillor staff interaction policy. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Bain, and I want to thank you for bringing this originally as a notice of motion and being the catalyst for this work as a result of your, was it the executive leadership course? I think it shows great initiative, and I think as to what you said around clarity of roles, I think not only does it help our own understanding, but hopefully helps the community's understanding of our role as elected leaders versus the role of the staff of the organisation, which I know still is a little bit still unclear within the broader community as to what we do day to day. Is there any questions on this policy? Councillor White?
I'm not going to go through these. I did put some comments which have been printed out in here, and I'll start by saying, and then I'll just call you a councillor, sorry, and then Director Thorogood can answer. I would like to. I mean, I think this is behavior. I think this should be procedural, and I find it oversteps the line with behavioural. I think first up, it would be really good to have a clear introduction about the role of a councillor, the definition of operation and strategic, and the difference between operation strategic with some examples. I think this will help set and manage expectations throughout a councillor's term, because there is the great local government councillor myth that a councillor has the day-to-day function to direct staff and steer operations. That is an absolute furphy myth, not true. And a lack of understanding of this results in a huge degree of angst, especially to new councillors and to the community as well. It honestly does. And so I just think that I would really like to see that added somewhere, because it's a document for us. It's not just a document for the Office of Local Government. So that's one consideration. And the second consideration is I really do think that this is not really, it's more like a code of conduct, and it's not really conducive to establishing a protocol for a working relationship. It really is greying a behavioural procedure or policy, which is the code of conduct, with a practical procedural document of how we do that. I'm not happy with some of the language in there, but I won't I won't dinosaur over it. I'm not happy with it. I just think it reads too school-like to me. Right. So the question, I guess, is can you consider just adding a statement up front around what I just said about the role of the councillor, and sort of dispelling that myth that we can direct staff and operations, just to unpack that a bit?
Mr. Thorogood.
Yeah, through you, Madam Mayor. This particular document, and it is a model policy that has been developed as industry best practice by the Office of Local Government. The target audience for that is senior council staff or council staff and councillors, and therefore it doesn't delve into information which is covered elsewhere, either in councillors' code of conduct, in the Act, or throughout the councillor induction program. And that is the reason that information is not included in the policy. It is purely a policy position on how councillors interact with staff inside the organisation, what is appropriate types of interaction channels and what is not.
But it certainly sets the intent. It certainly sets the operating. It certainly sets the framework.
Through you, Madam Mayor, that is correct. It sets the framework for those interactions, but it doesn't define the role of a councillor and so on. That's defined elsewhere.
No, sorry, not that. The statement that I'm asking to be added in.
Can you clarify the statement you're asking to be added in?
There's a lot of the stuff in here, but I won't bring that up. It's up to councillors if you've read it, whether you agree or not, or you want to ask any more questions on there. I would really like a statement in there in the introduction that talks about the role of a councillor, the difference between operational and strategic, and the difference between, with some examples maybe, because I really need this document. It's about, for me, it will help set expectations and manage those up front throughout our councillor's term, and dispel this local government councillor myth that we aren't part of day-to-day functions and operations.
Yeah. Through you, Madam Mayor. Taking your point, happy to pick up some of those definitions out of the Act and so on, include them at the start of the document.
Is there any further questions, Councillor Peggs?
Yeah, I'll refer to page 11 and the authorised staff member name that we're allowed to make contact with. My experience with Acting Director Dylan Reeves has been fantastic. We're going to have acting positions for certain functions for periods of time. How is that viewed in this document? Because you've clearly identified the names of people we're allowed to speak to, and we've had a lot of success with getting effective community outcomes by contacting the appropriate person and openly just a phone call. I think a good example of that is I contacted you, Director Thorogood, regarding a car accident on the traffic bridge, and I just called you, and it was done. But that's not the only instance. How is that viewed?
Yeah, would it be more practical to have the substantive role rather than the name exactly?
Through you, Madam Mayor, I think probably the best thing to do would be the top of Schedule 1. We can add an annotation that people who are acting those roles are also able to be contacted. Don't have an issue with that.
Thank you, Councillor Bakes. Continue.
Yeah, and also we've in our induction process, we met all the group managers and had contact with them. We were told what their significant roles were and so on, and basically, if you've got an issue in a certain area, that's the person you should be talking to. For efficiency and getting things done, a phone call to that person is the most efficient way to get the message to the appropriate person. Yeah, it might not show the rest of the community, like it might be a pothole somewhere, or I lodged through the porthole this week about the Southwest Rocks building having a few defective issues there. A phone call to the person responsible might be the quickest way. How does this document reflect that? It doesn't really show an efficiency for councillor staff interactions. It's not about efficiency, it's about governance. And I'm about efficiency. How does this make the transaction more efficient?
Yeah, so that I suppose this is the final position if all hell breaks loose and everything's gone wrong, as you see in some councils. The informal way of doing things does get things done, but it also exposes all of us to risk when there's an investigation because something's gone wrong later in the piece. So the reason that everything is set at a high level is because those people are across the whole organisation. Only at the ELT level do we bring all those disparate threads of projects together, or in certain project groups. But they're the group that have got the strategic overview, whereas you'll get a potentially siloed response to a big issue from a group manager or a manager. You get a more rounded response from an ELT member. So I appreciate it doesn't give you the cut through that you'd like, and on some operational matters or matters that a member of the public would be able to go straight to a person, that still remains fine.
Through you, Madam Mayor, what I might just add to that is councillors might be surprised. The requests that you lodge through the portal will generally, in 95% of cases, find themselves to the appropriate responsible officer within minutes of hitting the portal. Governance are very effective at getting those out and allocated very quickly to the appropriate people. So you would probably find that a request through the portal in many cases might even beat a phone call.
Yeah, can I continue on that? So this document refers to the porthole in another context about recording the transaction, but is there a referral? Is that the preferred method of contact?
Through you, Madam Mayor, yes, that's the preferred method of contact.
Awesome. All right. Is there any further questions, Councillor Coburn?
Yeah, the only thing I would question, I love using the portal. I find it very effective. Having said that, though, I know the team very quickly, once it's in the portal, will get allocated out, and I really appreciate that because I can see where it's gone and I can see what's happening. But sometimes it may stall there, and I understand that directors and managers can get very busy. So I wonder from the management's perspective how that's monitored. Are there KPIs? Is there a criteria around how quickly that's responded to? Because I have found myself having to put more questions in to follow up saying it's been a month, I haven't had a response, I have a person I need to contact back. I just would like to know if management monitors those response times. Thanks.
I can speak from my own perspective that I see all of them that come in and see to whom they've been allocated, and my EO monitors mine, and we follow up on them each morning. So there's a process in place for me to get back to you as quickly as I can, because that's important to me. I would think the other directors, thin as we are today, have similar processes in place. If there are particular bottlenecks, then please let me know.
Right. Is there any more debate? So are you speaking against, or?
I am speaking against.
I'm just, all right.
2 seconds. Okay, all right, I won't, but I will speak against. I will vote against.
You can speak against it. I'm just
Mindful of time.
I'm not, it's not that I'm mindful of time. It's that you let off with a statement that went for a considerable amount of time, and then you ask questions, and
Okay.
by the end of it you spend 10 minutes, and I just want to make sure that you know it's equitable. I'll allow you to speak now, but I want you to be mindful of that moving forward.
So I said what I wanted to say, and if you can make that amendment, that is good, but I'm still uncomfortable with the language. And I think for me to say no is a message back to the Office of Local Government, if they listen, that just be mindful of your language, be kinder. Don't treat us like high school kids.
Councillor Bain, would you like to close debate?
Madam Mayor, yes, look, I think I hear what Councillor White is saying, and on page 3, it clearly outlines what the role of the councillor is: to be active and contributing member, to make considered and well-informed decisions, to develop the IP&R, to represent collective interests of residents, ratepayers and local community, and to facilitate communication between the community and the council. So we're here as facilitating. There's also on there's a couple of others: to acquire and maintain the skills necessary to be to form the role. So there's, you know, that we have a responsibility to educate, to engage in education and training, to uphold and represent the policies and decisions of the governing body. Does not mean we have to say we agree with everything the council did, but we have to say, post a council meeting, we have to say, well, this is what the council decided. This was a decision. I may personally not have agreed with it. I might have voted against it, but this is the decision of council, and I will support that because this is a democratic system. Access to information. So about levels of questioning, and, you know, are we questioning down in the weeds about operational matters, or do we need to zoom out a bit and look at things like policy and strategic direction? I believe we do. There is examples on page 8 and 9 of what is appropriate and inappropriate actions. I also applaud the use of the portal. One, because it provides a paper trail and very clear timelines, but also in the policy, it asks councillors to recognise the time constraints on council staff of the level of questioning that we put in. Like, we need to be cognisant and think about keeping it as we do in public forum, questions are succinct, simple, and without argument. You know, we're not asking questions to trap or trick or undermine council. We're asking questions to gain information, to make informed decisions. That's our job, and I think this is a very clear document. And I can see that there's an opportunity for maybe putting out some fact sheets to community about what the roles and responsibilities are, but that's getting into operational matters, so I'll leave that. Mudingboo.
Thank you, Councillor Bain. I think you raised some pertinent points there around strategic vision, and if we're too focused on the day-to-day, who's thinking about 5, 10, 20, 50, 100 years from now? I'll now put the motion. Is there any dissent? There is one dissenting. We'll now move. The motion is carried. We'll now move to item 10.9, which is development activity and LEP variations quarterly snapshot for the first quarter of this financial year. Do we have a mover? Councillor Wyatt, do we have a seconder? Councillor Lawrence. Councillor Wyatt, would you like to open debate?
I will open debate, and I should have actually just asked the questions that I wanted whilst it was being dealt with by exceptions. I just want some clarification clarification. So in the May 2025 report, it states that KSC has 105 days to approve, and then in this one it says 107. Do we have an extra 2 days to process before it's a deemed refusal? Or is that just a typo?
The May report had 105 or had 107?
Had 107. Five. And this one has 107.
The report I'm looking at on page 36 has 105. There might be a typo.
Been changed. Okay. So is it? I don't know. Mine says 107. So what have we got? We've got 105.
Under development activity information and statistics, the last line of that says has been set at 105 days in my version, Councillor.
My Docs on Tap also says 105 on page 36, but
So okay, well, I've got one that says development application information and statistics has 107, but just clarify, it's 10. We have 105 days. That's fine. And in October, there were, so the October, there are 124 active DAs, 106 new DAs. So is that 104 in total, or is that 106 plus 24?
I'm just noting.
Could you repeat
So
the
it
question
says
for me, Councillor?
it says in the document that there are 124 active DAs, and that within the reporting period there are 106 new DAs. So is that 124 total, or do we take that as 124 plus 106?
I'll take that on notice, Councillor, and provide you an answer later today.
Yeah. And I just want to better understand the average. So the May average was 137 and 48% were meeting the minister's target of 105. And the October one is slightly further away from the target, which says 147 days to assess and 43% are meeting the target. So then why does the statement say in September figures demonstrate our ability to get much closer to the minister's expectation once the majority of the DAs have been dealt with? Do you want to take that on notice as well?
I'm reading that just as the relevant officer has drafted it. We did have a better month in September with 58% of applications assessed within the time frame of the minister's expectations, and I know the team were pleased with that performance. So that's how I read it. I hope that assists.
I read it as the year-to-date total in March was 137 average assessment days, and percentage met was 48. And this one has the average days of our year-to-date totals 141, and the average is 43. That's 140 days. The average is higher, but meeting expectations are lower.
So the average assessment days will be skewed not just by month, but also by the number of applications that are dealt with in that month. So it's not a straight line process. It is convoluted. I apologise that it's not clear. I think for me, the overall point is we all know this is not where we want to be. The team have invested in a visit to Singleton to look at how other councils, a high-performing council, is improving its statistics. They're now working up an action plan for me about what actions we're going to undertake, by whom and by when, so that we can mirror best practice. We've also got the opportunity to participate in an evaluation of our development assessment process, which I will be discussing shortly with the relevant manager. We're not meeting the minister's expectations today, but we are starting to turn the ship around and move to where councillors and staff want to be with a stronger DA performance.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you for that. I'm not criticising the staff at all. There are many, many factors involved here. One being the role of certifiers as well. And will you be considering, I know I raised it at the last meeting, will you be considering sort of maybe promoting the role of independent certifiers? I remember Director Jackson sort of talked about that people weren't aware that there are independent certifiers available, and this came up in our training as well, that independent certifiers can be used more.
Yeah, so it's not something that we will be, if you like, celebrating, but we will share that information. One of the things I have on my agenda is the potential for a series of developers working breakfasts and bring people in to have conversations with us, to tell us what, honest feedback about performance, then come back next month and tell us, or next week, tell us about what the potential solutions are. And then the final breakfast, we start telling you what we're going to do to deliver that upturn in performance that we need as a valley.
I'll copy that. That's a great outcome because, this is debate, I guess, but my concern is the deemed refusals.
Thank you. Just be wary is that if you're going back and forward with questions with Andrew, you're actually debating with a staff member, which isn't entirely appropriate. Councillor Coburn.
Through you, Madam Mayor. I did put this through as a question and I would like clarification about the development activity. It's noted in here, this is on page 37, that we've continued to take measures to use other resources to keep applications progressing. My question was, what has been the cost to council for using local externals consultants, and are these recompensed by applicants or included in the budget? And I'm happy for that to be taken on notice, but I would like that information.
Mr. Medal.
So to assist Councillor Coburn, we were somewhat rushed for time yesterday to get all the information together. I have been advised by the relevant manager, and it will be uploaded when the public answers to the questions are available. So in the 2024-25 financial years, Council spent $240,896 on external consultants to assess development applications due to staff vacancies. This included Council-led development applications. This expenditure was offset against an unspent labour budget of $256,445. The 2025-26 financial year, a total of $24,840 was spent on external consultants. This included $7,480 for an external biodiversity report, which was reimbursed by the applicant. The remaining amount was used for council-led development applications assessed externally in accordance with council's policy. A portion of these costs is recovered through development application fees.
Thank you, Mr. Medal. Is there any further questions or debate on the development stuff? Sorry. If not, Councillor White, would you like to close debate?
Yes, I closed debate. Oh, no, I got it too. I closed debate, and thank you for providing that information.
Thank you. I'll now put the motion. Is there any dissent? There is no dissent. The motion is carried. We now move to item 11.1, which is notice of motion declaration of climate emergency. Councillor Wyatt, would you like to move? And do you have a seconder, Councillor Bain? Councillor Wyatt, would you like to move forward?
I would. Can I just ask a procedural question?
Yep.
Are we going to break for lunch?
We have 4 notices of motion. So we'll need a procedural motion to move past 1 o'clock in any case. If everyone's so inclined, we can take a short half an hour break for lunch if people would like to. But ultimately, I cannot tell you how long debate will go for these notices of motion. They are some what I imagine to be a little bit contentious. So I think I will move forward with the thought that we will move to extend past 1 and take a short break of half an hour. If you'd like to move forward, Councillor Wyatt.
Okay. Sorry, and we will take a short break in half an hour at what time? After this? Because, okay.
I'll just get a sense with how the room's going. I won't say before or after. I don't know how long this is going to take. If this went all the way to 4 o'clock, we'd obviously not get a lunch break.
No. The reason I ask is because we could bring one of the other ones forward, because I don't think it will take as long. I think this one might take long, because I've just handed around an amendment So I'm wondering if there's any of those other 3 there. Maybe the last one, the one on the Hillgrove mine, we can bring forward if everybody, well, it's up to you if you think.
That's fine. We're still in the meeting. People can go for bathroom breaks. I think we'll just move through as we go. I think what's on there out of these notice of motions, I can't see a like urgency according to how we deal with them. So I'm happy to just go through them as they're in order.
So, councillors, I have put this to you, which is, Okay, first I want to talk about that. I bring this notice of motion because climate change magnifies every challenge that we face as local government, financial, environmental, social and operation. Embedding a climate change framework across all aspects of our council, along with climate change adaptation strategy and the New South Wales government's processes, that is, the adaptation strategy and the risk ready guide for council is a statement of leadership and intent. Those into what we do, it will reduce long-term costs, it will protect assets and fulfills council's statutory and moral obligations to their communities. The Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change has made it clear that human activity is driving dangerous climate change. Global temperatures are now 1.1 degree higher than at pre-industrial levels. And here in Kempsey Shire, we're not bystanders. We are living with the consequences. We have endured catastrophic bushfires, flooding of our rivers and valleys, coastal erosion, soaring insurance premiums. And yesterday, I got a notice from the Australian Ambulance telling me that there's a heat warning on its way, and that comes up under the Hazards Near Me app. So I thought that was interesting. I mean, the insurance premiums will threaten affordability of homes and businesses here. And these are not distant or theoretical problems. They are lived experiences for our residents, ratepayers and our staff around these higher premiums. And every fraction of degree of warming matters, and every action will cost to financial and social environmental impacts. I mean, talking about climate change isn't alarmist, and we shouldn't be afraid to say, we can't mention the word climate change. It's responsible governance and it's foresight, and it's about ensuring that decisions we make today don't become tomorrow's liabilities. So this motion is asking to integrate climate mitigation and adaptation as core principles in every decision that council makes, and to develop a climate action framework, a clear roadmap that identifies the hazards. And I've got it there. You can read the table there talks about what they are. It's not starting from scratch. Our community strategic plan delivery program already recognised hazard management. Building in bushfires also looks at that as an issue, as does the flood risk policy that we passed recently. And this notice of motion ensures that we deliver the commitments in line with our national and international best practice. Whether we loathe or we love the federal government, they have committed us, and same with climate change, they have committed us to these Paris Agreement and Climate Change Act. And I feel that we would be very foolish if we don't accept or at least implement what they have suggested that we do. And so I want to be clear what's at stake, and I'll talk about that later, around the profound financial, operational, environmental, government and legal risk for council. Legal risk is an interesting one. New South Wales Land Environment Court 2021 matter case number 92 is the Bushfire Survival for Climate Action Inc. versus the EPA, which established that environmental authorities can be compelled to act on climate risks. And this precedent enforced a duty of care on the EPA and by precedent on public authorities to ensure their decisions are evidence-based, climate responsible. I could stop right there and you could go ding, 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 oh my gosh, liability, responsibility, what's going to happen to me in 20 years if I approve all of these things? Acting now, like failing to plan for that, exposes us to escalating costs and damaged infrastructure, rising insurance premiums, reduced rate revenue, increased emergency response obligations, possibly future liability, legal action. And acting now is cost effective rather than later. Proactive planning protects our assets, safeguards our community, and positions us to access significant federal and funding state government if we are tied to their resilience and adaptation outcomes. And 120 councils have already done this, including most on the New South Wales mid-north coast. Let's not lag behind. Let's get in there in the action as well. This is not symbolic. It is strategic and clever around financial responsibility and gives us confidence that we are acting decisively. So I really hope that you support this. And is that the yeah. Okay, so those are the changes there. And as I said in the paper there, this has been brought because Mayor Ring asked me to. So can I go through the amendments? How, yeah.
Yeah, so just a point of clarity for councillors, what's on your screen is different to what's in your business paper. Councillor White has amended her notice of motion to this from discussions that her and I have had, although this still for me doesn't doesn't I guess suit my needs. So we'll open questions and debate on this now. So if councillors have questions, I'll debate if they'd like to make any questions. Firstly, Councillor Matchett.
Yeah, I just have some questions on 4A and B, perhaps for Mr. Medal, just in regards to would those commitments then lock us into potentially additional unknown costs or consultancy fees or those kind of, like, that's my, I guess, main concern with this is that we're potentially locking ourselves into additional unfunded spending. I'm generally in support of a lot of what's in here, but yet I'm just concerned about committing to unfunded spending.
Thank you. Yes, Councillor White's initial nom gave me cause for concern because we were talking about a 26 completion date, which we've resolved. So in terms of 4A, 4A is closely reflected to Objective 1.4, which is already in our community strategic plan. So Council has some alignment with that already. In terms of developing a comprehensive climate action framework, that's not in the budget, but that will come forward as part of future year budget consideration. So it doesn't necessarily, you wouldn't expect to see it in this year's budget, but it will need to come forward in future years to ensure that we meet the intent of this NOM.
Do we have any further questions? Councillor Pakes.
My understanding is that United States have walked away from the Paris Agreement and they've said that basically they're not going to destroy their economies around this very expensive way to meet the climate emergency. So my question to Mr. Medal is, what impact could that have on, supporting parties of the government and governments that are in alliance with the United States? Is there a potential that positions might change at a federal and a state position, and that might change in a couple of years' time? It might actually change what the goalposts are.
There's always a potential for change in this space. It's been very contentious for a significant period of time. However, I think councillors need to make decisions now and also look to the future. So probably the best advice is that this is clearly a commitment at the current time. Whether it will be in 10 years' time, I don't know. Council's got an opportunity to set a standard and then reflect the budget that we need to enable the preparation of the framework and then the individual projects that come out of that at a future date. But it is a commitment that most developed nations do have currently, not just the US.
Councillor Saul.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I'd like to speak against the motion, if I may, please. Madam Mayor, I did some research after I read the report, the notice of motion, sorry, and I came up with and found this group called the Non-Governmental International Panel on Climate Change, and this is their wordings I'm using. The most important fact about climate science, often overlooked, is that scientists disagree about the environmental impacts of the combustion of fossil fuels on the global climate. There is no survey or study showing consensus on the most important scientific issues, despite frequent claims by advocates to the contrary. Scientists disagree about the causes and consequences of climate for several reasons. Climate is an interdisciplinary subject requiring insights from many fields. Very few scholars have mastery of more than one or two of these disciplines. Fundamental uncertainties arise from insufficient and observable evidence and disagreements over how to interpret data and how to set parameters of models. The Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change, the IPCC, created to find and disseminate research, finding a human impact on global climate is not a credible source. It is agenda-driven, a political rather than scientific body, and some allege it is corrupt. Finally, climate scientists, like all humans, can be biased. Origins of bias include careerism, grant-seeking, political views, and confirmation of bias. Probably the only consensus among climate scientists is that human activities can have an effect on local climate. The sum of local effects hypothetically arise to the level of observable global signal. The key questions can be answered, however, whether the human global signal is large enough to be measured, and if it is, does it represent or is it likely to become dangerous change outside the range of natural variability. On these questions, a doubling of CO2 from pre-industrial levels 280 to 560 ppms will likely reduce a temperature forcing of 3.7 Wm squared in the low atmosphere. In similar fashion, all 5 of IPCC's postulates or assumptions are readily refuted by real-world observations, and all 5 of IPCC claims rely on substantial evidence are refutable. For example, in contrast to IPCC alarmism, we find neither the rate nor the magnitude of the report late 20th century warming lay outside natural form variability. Madam Mayor, this is quite lengthy, so I'll be very brief. Policymakers should resist pressure from lobby groups to silence scientists who question the authority of IPCC to claim to speak for climate science. Madam Mayor, while the intention of this motion, the concern is the community may see this as another form of tax, that to fund these projects, council will have to put in its own climate levy. Now, wouldn't that go down well in the community? You get your rate notice, environmental levy, and then possibly a climate levy. So again, it's not ruled out. It may not be this council, but perhaps a future one. So if we start taking small steps, we don't know where this is going to lead to. We need to be very careful. We need to be very careful we don't end up taxing our people out of existence. So I'd be very mindful to not actually support this motion. Port Macquarie Council rescinded theirs. They had a change of mind. And yet here we are today again, it's the second time around, trying to get this pushed through. So I would urge you to be careful, think of your community, and not support the motion. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Saul. Is there any further debate on this motion? Councillor Bain, you're going to speak for?
Yeah, correct, Madam Mayor. Maringboo. Yeah, I would like to congratulate Councillor White on bringing this forward. My tendency would to be go back to the original declaring that a climate emergency exists. I think strengthening the language is good. Just a little comment on the science of the NIPCC is funded by the Heartland Group, partially funded by the Heartland Group, a conservative libertarian non-profit organisation founded by tobacco company Philip Morris, and they actively promoted smoking and denied the negative impacts of smoking on health, just as an example. In terms of, I'm just going to do a little history lesson. In the 17th and 18th century, when people were talking about the abolition of slavery, the sugar barons and the slave owners and the conservative areas of politics said it will destroy our economy. It will cost a fortune. It will stop. It won't work stopping slavery because other countries will cheat. The French will continue slavery, and the abolition of slavery won't make any difference. It did. In the 19 sorry, got my dates here. In the 1980s, when there was an increasing hole in the ozone layer, and there was discussion about banning CFCs, The response from the manufacturing industrialists and conservative politicians was we can't do that. That won't work. It won't reverse the depletion of the ozone layer. It will destroy our economy. It will create unemployment, and it will just be a total wreck, a train wreck. Well, actually, in 1987 and the Montreal Protocol, 1989, the ban of CFCs, ozone levels stabilised in the mid-90s and are recovering. We can do it. And now, when we're talking about declaring a climate emergency and removing ourselves and being less dependent on fossil fuels, the same arguments. It will wreck our economy. It will be a cost. What is the cost of inaction? What is the cost if we don't put the climate emergency front and centre of our thinking and our decision making? That's what I'm proposing, is that the cost of inaction far exceeds the cost of any action that we might take. We are community leaders. This is an example of us being proactive and setting a strategic direction for council. There's a website called Climate Emergency Australia, and it's got I recommend it to my colleagues to have a look at. It's got a really clear description of what the role of councillors as leaders in local government is. The Climate Emergency Australia has a blueprint, a step-by-step checklist of what people can do, which aligns quite closely with what Councillor Wyatt has proposed. I absolutely recommend this notice of motion to my colleagues. I think it's essential, and I would like to see, potentially, again, this is a wee bit operational, but potentially when we put in a notice of motion or a report and we talk about financial impact, could we also potentially put in what are potential climate impacts? Just a thought. Please consider this. This is bringing ourselves into the 21st century, acknowledging the reality of the strong consensus that scientists across the world have that we are heading for a disaster, and you just need to watch the news and maybe go visit a Pacific island, okay, to get some idea of what the reality is. Are we going to have climate refugees knocking on our doors, waiting on our shores because we have drowned their communities through facing up to what Al Gore identified as an inconvenient truth? We've been aware of the science since the 1960s. It's been kicked down the road for various reasons, industry, political convenience. We need to absolutely start addressing it now. And if anyone wants to ask about our Councillor White and my scarves, they are a representation of the change in global temperature from 1880 to 2024. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Bain. Can I please get a motion that we extend past 1 o'clock? Councillor Bain, seconded Councillor Saul. Is there any dissent? There is none. Councillor Lawrence.
Thanks, Madam Mayor. While I support the intent of this NOM, I believe it lacks a bit of clarity in terms of what Council is committing to, especially around the financial planning and the operational impacts. There's a strong narrative here, but not enough detail on how these commitments will be resourced and evaluated. The NOM acknowledges financial risk, but doesn't propose a mechanism for accessing and reporting on them. Before we commit to the comprehensive climate action framework, we need to understand the financial implications, both the risks and the costs of mitigation and adaptation. I just overall feel like it's just a little bit vague for me in terms of the clarity of it and the specific actions Council would be expected to take immediately following the declaration. I guess around the I don't know whether Council has taken any modelling or forecasting on the financial risks mentioned in the NOM and the projected costs developing around that. I guess I commend the urgency around the ambition of the NOM. However, the stewards of the public funds and the infrastructure, we must ensure our response is not only principled but also practical. I propose we strengthen the motion and by requesting a financial risk report to guide our commitments and ensure the long-term sustainability. Thank you. Believe is, yeah, so I guess I'll propose an amendment if we have a report come back to council around the financial. I'm just mindful of the of operational and our assets, and also insurances and all of that sort of stuff, that the impacts it might have on us.
Would you accept that amendment?
I need some clarification on what that is. Are you asking that a report be prepared by the council staff to outline those financial costs? Because I think that is a cost in itself, as we're committing resources to ask them to do that. I'm not sure, and I'm not sure what you mean. Or are you asking that as part of that climate action framework, which they've got 2 years, 3 years to develop, that includes the costs? I'm not sure. And in turn, so that's part of the question. The second part of the question is just about every single strategy that we write, from reconciliation to disability inclusion to structure planning, most of that comes from grants. And so I'm not sure what you mean by the financial report. I'm not opposed to it. I just don't know what you mean.
Do you have any clarity there, Councillor Lawrence, on what the report you would like to be?
Yeah, I think so. It just like I said, it's just a little bit vague for me in terms of if the framework, what does it say, by July 2028? I'm just wondering what we're committing to in terms of what's going to change for council if it was to go ahead, in terms of adopting the framework, and for our future, what's foreseen.
I think I understand what you're saying. So there is 2 costs that are associated with this notice of motion. There is the undertaking of the work in itself, and then there's also the cost of undertaking development of a plan, and then there's actually the cost of what this will all have in the longer term as well. So I think there's two costs there, but you're referring to the longer term. If all this stuff was to go in, what that cost would be to council over that period. I'm not sure how you would title that report. But do you have any advice there, Mr. Medal?
If I might assist council through you, Madam Mayor, the council's already made a couple of commitments through its delivery programme. So you have committed to bring forward as a major project a new climate change adaptation strategy and plan, and also to review your sustainability and resilience strategy. Separate to that, you also have another project to investigate the need for an environmental levy special rate variation in 27-28. So you've made some commitments to do some of the work that will inform this, but I would need to understand better when we go out and test the market what a climate action framework actually entails. I can't give you a cost for preparing that today. I hope that helped partially.
I think she was asking for a report. How would you envisage that report to come back? This is
so if you're after a report on the costs of on operations, that depends on what you're actually doing in terms of the details inside your framework. So we need to understand how much the framework's going to cost and budget for that, and then move the framework and operationalise it, and then we have to work out in that year's budget what those extra implications are going to be. And they're not all going to be one-sided. There may be costs and there may well be savings, and there will be, at the moment, there's more opportunities for grants which help us on this path than there are for many other areas. So we may have the opportunity to offset some of those costs through appropriate grant applications.
All right. I'm just going to keep moving because I think maybe there's a bit more discussion to be had. I'll go to Councillor Pakes and then Councillor Coburn. And then do you have a question, Councillor Bay?
Procedural motion that we move into committee of the whole.
Do you have a seconder? Councillor Wyatt, is there any dissent? There is one dissenting. We're now in committee. We'll go to Councillor Pakes.
Just firstly, a question to ELT and our CEO, Office of Local Government. What's their role in adopting something like this? Are they positioning themselves for 2028, the Office of Local Government, to have a framework so councils can use that on a broad spectrum? What work is happening at the Office of Local Government level to address motions like this? Because there's a few of them around the state.
Yeah, so I'm not aware of anything that will directly support us in this work. A lot of this work was done some years ago when most councils adopted this a number of years ago. There is, I know they've been helping fund activities through the Mid-North Coast Joint Organisation, where we're already trying to get ahead of the game in terms of our reporting and the impact of our emissions, understanding our pathway to net zero, because that is going to become a requirement that OLG will roll out to all councils in due course. But specifically with regard to this, it may not be OLG that offers the best place for guidance. There'll be other government departments, including those that focus on business as well as the environment, who may have done some work and provided some guidance in this space.
Through you, Madam Mayor, I can probably just add a little bit to that, but I will say it's from a briefing that was a year ago, so the information's a little bit dated. But at that time, the state government's approach was for them to have a number of grant funding streams for councils under the New South Wales Climate Change Adaptation Strategy. So rather than encouraging councils to have their own strategies, they were funding councils to implement actions out of the New South Wales strategy.
I suppose from that response, what do we need to do to access that funding? Because what we're doing now is we're going to say we're going to spend current budget or budgets going forward money that we haven't allocated on this project. We don't know the cost of it. We don't know the direct focus. We don't know what zero looks like. And let's be frank, we're a sewer and water network, and we maintain roads and public infrastructure. You can't do that at net zero. That is just not real. I just don't think that's a reality of being a road maintenance business, and that's what we are. Roads, sewer and water is what we do. So I get the focus, I get where that's coming from, but what we do as a council is we maintain a road network, sewer and water, and some public facilities. So I'm just not sure how that occurs at net zero. And I'd really like not just Kempsey Shire to take on this responsibility, but this should be coming from the top down. This should be coming from a federal, state, and down to council, not the other way around. We are committing now to spend money that we don't probably have to go in a direction that we don't really know where the outcome is. And given that the world situation is changing slightly, I'm very cautious to spend anything that one Office of Local Government hasn't put money to. But yeah, I'm very cautious at not knowing the expense at this point. That's a comment.
That's okay. We're in committee, and councillors, can we refrain from speaking while other councillors are speaking? Councillor Bain, and then Councillor Coburn, and then Councillor Saul, and then Councillor Wyatt.
Apologies, Madam Mayor. I think Councillor Coburn's been waiting longer than I have.
I've asked you to speak. Can we please just follow the order that I've asked?
Yeah, certainly can. I've got a proposed amendment, and we'll just see how that runs. Is that council declares a climate emergency and requests staff to provide a report to the December meeting outlining a cost-benefit analysis of the development of a climate action plan. I'll send that through just so for people to consider. Thank you.
Councillor Coburn.
Thank you. Through you, Madam Mayor. Look, I support this notice of motion. And I think Council's already working in this space. We know that we've already got elements within our operational plan, our development control plan specifically, our flood management plan, our coastal management plan that reflects the fact that climate change is a real thing and is happening. I believe that Council will learn, that works on the front foot, that looks at how we can move forward. And I think ultimately, if we just keep embedding the fact, if we ask ourselves the question every time a strategy or a policy is being reviewed or looked at, and we say, well, how does climate change, will that impact this particular strategy? It'll allow Council to then look at it through a different lens and perhaps include some actions in there that will ultimately save us money in the long term. Now, by going through the process, I believe, of putting together the climate action framework, I think it'll become really clear to Council what is doable for them and what isn't. We're not committing to a stringent group or a stringent list of things we must do. We're making a statement to our community that we're accepting that climate change is impacting us right now and will continue to impact us. And in the context of Council as an organisation, the ongoing cost of that will just increase more and more. So if we're in a position through even just the framework being worked on, we will identify, I believe, that the ELT with their resources will identify actions that we can embed immediately that actually won't have an immediate financial cost to it. It will become part of business as usual. I think we owe it to the community to acknowledge this because ultimately, I believe this will get legislated and come to us anyway. That may depend on, I guess, who's in government at the time, but we are in a Labor government at the moment, whether we like it or not. We're using the information that the federal government is sending out to us so that we can assess it and consider it. And I really believe this will be we need to view this as being a positive moving forward. And let's learn as we go. Let's find out what we do need. That's for Kempsey LGA. We're not talking about the rest of the planet. We're talking what can we do for our local government area that will improve our resilience, improve our ability to be able to react to natural disasters when they happen, will improve the community's ability to understand that when they are applying to or do developments or whatever, that the considerations of climate change is already considered. So developers, for example, will have to consider those things before they continue. And that will give us an element of environmental protection, I believe, as well. So I do support this notice of motion. I think it will give us a positive direction moving forward in a progressive way. Thank you.
Thank you. And just a reminder of the purpose of committee as a whole is to workshop the motion. So if we have no potential amendments and we're just debating, we should just be an open council. So does anyone have any proposed amendments to this motion? I know Councillor Baines put one forward to revert back to climate emergency and bring a report back. Do we have a straw poll on that?
Madam Mayor, perhaps I have if I may, perhaps a question. If you said like amendment, it'd be direct negative. If I move, no action be taken, is that legal today or not?
Through you, Madam Mayor, you can't move a direct negative. So the motion is saying to do something, you can't move to not do that thing. But voting against it has the same effect.
Madam Mayor, second question, if I'm able to.
If we can all just be quiet for a moment, thank you. You can hold your question. We're just going to, Mr. Metal has a question for councillors.
So my question is, what do you want to achieve? Do you want to put this in over the top of what you've already committed to in your delivery program? Is this as well as or instead of? Because that might help me understand and assist you better in the chamber. With regards to your simpler amendment, Councillor Bain, I don't have the resources in-house. I don't have anyone with the expertise to do that work, so I might need a longer time frame to achieve that with you. We would have to go external to bring in that resource to assist council. So I hope those two question and point assist. What do you want to do? Do you wish to complement or replace with the initial motion, or do you want a simpler motion, but please could we have a longer time frame?
I might revert to Councillor White to answer that question, as you're the original mover of the motion.
I want that as it is, and I want a climate action framework, which is like a framework. I also sort of wanted to get some feedback from you around, you'd mentioned to me that you're still not happy with that, so I wanted to get some feedback around that, and I wanted to address some of the questions that have come up here. So my intent is to have a climate action framework, which quite a few other councils have adopted, by 2028. So if that looks like replacing some of the others, I don't know, that's operational, but happy to have a talk. Yeah, I want a climate action framework that actually is in line with the New South Wales climate adaptation strategy and the guide for councils on dealing with climate risk.
That is some clarity. Councillor Bain, what was your?
Well, my intention in this is, and I support Councillor White, that we need a climate action framework, but it's to actually categorically recognise and accept that climate change is real. And I know that sounds kind of bizarre, in that the science is overwhelming, but as I acknowledge the amount of work that council are doing, sort of in the back within our documentation about meeting our requirements for mitigating and responding to climate change. But what this is saying is that, or what the original intention of this was saying, is this is a climate emergency. Like, this has to be front and center of our thinking. We are experiencing, it's not something that's happening in the future, it's something that's happening right now, and we are feeling the impacts of it economically, socially, and it's a statement of saying we are going to take this on board as a strategic direction. It doesn't have to cost a fortune, to acknowledge that it's happening and say, like, we're going to take some steps in future. Like, I don't expect that we're going to, implement all of these things tomorrow, and I'm more than happy for that, to extend that time frame from December. But Mr. Metal said we need to seek external consultancy around it. There's other councils not far away from here that have adopted this. There's clear guidelines and step-by-step instructions that what you can do on a level 1, level 2, level 3, level 4. It's there's a wealth of information already out there. I'm not sure if I'm not sure if we're overstating it as an amendment, and I've sent that out. That council declares a climate emergency, requests staff to prepare a report for I'm more than happy to move that date around, outlining cost benefit analysis, resource implications of developing a climate action plan, including potential funding sources and partnerships. Because I hear what Councillor Pakes is saying, the US are moving away from recognition of the global science for whatever reason, but we don't necessarily. I think we will see. I mean, after the meeting yesterday with Albanese and the rare earths, that we're going to be going gangbusters into economic development along renewables. Norway 25 years ago recognised this, and so they put their investment into wind generation, and they now have the top wind generation, and it's an economy for them. There are economic opportunities by declaring a climate emergency and saying we need to change the way we do business as usual. So I'll have a look at that amendment, see what you think.
Where have you sent your amendment to?
To councillors and Mrs. Webster, and who supported it. So.
Right, thank you. Councillors, I just want to iterate again, we're in committee and we need to pave a way forward. We can't just sit here and debate in committee, because otherwise we may as well just not be in committee and be debating a motion. So in terms of a way forward, Councillor White's put forward a potential amendment, which is that council declares a climate emergency and requests staff to prepare a report for the December 2025 ordinary meeting outlining cost-benefit analysis and resource implications of developing a climate action plan, including potential funding sources and partnerships.
Councillor Lawrence.
It's in your email.
So the amendment is to.
It would just be that one point that council declares a climate emergency.
So that actually goes stronger than what you liked and what the people you represented liked. You asked me.
Yeah, I do not want to declare a climate emergency.
Okay, so this represents, and this is why I just want a bit more discussion with you, basically, because this is a compromise between the people that your constituents representing as the mayor and the 5 community groups that I am representing as well. And one of which,
I think everyone should be involved.
Yeah. So, and you mentioned to me that you're still not happy with this, and I'm sort of thinking, one is that we could do a straw poll. Number 2, you weren't happy with the emergency declaration in the first place, so there's no way. My guess is there's no way you're going to be happy with it now. So I'm not happy. I'm not comfortable. Don't know about that. So I'm thinking we could do a straw poll on this and the other ones, and it's also I
think what we might do in terms of equity, because I feel like we've had 4 of us have had a say of where we'd like to go. Councillor Pakes, Councillor Saul, Matchett, Selby, and you've seemed happy with the motion with your speech. So are we happy for everyone to give an opinion, and then we can kind of feel a way forward? And I would ask you to keep your remarks as brief as what you can, because we will have we'll go back into open debate after this. This is to workshop. It is not to just go around in circles. So are we happy for that? Are we comfortable with us all having a bit of a say on how this is worded? Or would you prefer a straw poll of whether you'd actually want to proceed with this or not proceed?
I personally think we should move to a straw poll. I think we've had pretty extensive debate as is. Perhaps if we can straw poll what we're going to move back into, we can have debate after that. But to be honest, and it's potentially because it's past my lunchtime, but I'm struggling to keep up with what we're actually agreeing on, debating, taking out, leaving in, adding in. So at the moment, I'm not even sure what it is that we're discussing internet. So I think having a straw poll as to what we're moving forward on, then we can have debate. That's my recommendation.
Idea.
Is it around procedure?
It is.
I just want it to be around procedure. I really want to pave a way forward.
Yeah, so do I. It's a procedural one. Why don't we take it offline and just defer this to next meeting, and that we have a briefing in the meantime to debate all of this, because I would like to address some of the comments that have come up in the debate. And I'd also really like to hear what you have to say. That's what I.
There's 2 points, and one goes to what Councillor Matchett said, is that right now we're creating policy on the fly, which I really don't agree with. We're trying to make a consensus just based on what the feeling in a room is, rather than what the actual, I guess, facts and how the broader community feels. And in terms of debating, I think we should be open and transparent, and I think the place to debate this is on public record. Councillor Saul.
So, Madam Mayor, here's a question then. In fact, I think we've actually answered the question. The community themselves aren't really aware of today. This has come on the business paper, but only one section, no. I think we need to defer so everyone can have a say, because this is quite, quite enormous on council. We can't diminish that. So we do need to make sure the community is well aware and they do have a say either way, yes or no, but they do have a say. We cannot be just stamp this through. We need to make sure that the people are aware of what's happening and they can have a say in this situation too.
Who I would like to propose a few ways forward. So one is that we workshop to a consensus. 2 is that we defer. And 3 is that we just go back into open debate. And all right, so who would like to workshop to consensus?
Yeah.
There's 2 there. Sorry. Who would like to what was the second? Who would like to defer? 2, and who would just like to debate? This only works if you. What did you vote for? So who would like? I'm going to do this again. Who would like to workshop to consensus? 3 people. 4 people. Who would like to defer? 2 and. Oh.
Ask a procedural question. Based on what Councillor Saul just said, this is enormous. Talking about a strategic plan here. I'm talking about a climate action framework that could cost around 100 grand for externally funded. I'm not sure how enormous that is, because I'm not this is not a debate on climate change.
To be honest, I'd prefer to defer this because I don't think we're going to get anywhere. So I think
Madam Mayor, another month wouldn't hurt, really.
Yeah, food would be good. But is there any feedback on the proposed amendment? Like that?
Who would like to go forward with the amendment? I think I think it's out of the question.
Okay, so what about changing some of that? No, I don't want to change. For me, it's like it's just an accepting of reality. Like I'm not sure where, whether people don't believe that we're in a climate emergency. And it is about debating about climate change. It's about recognising and acknowledging whether this is a reality or it's the NIPCC's point that it's still under consideration and it's not actually real science.
I think that there's also a few points in there in terms of, we've seen Port Macquarie Hastings rescind this. We've seen other councils implement stuff, but do we know the success of what that's been for them? Do we know what the cost has been for them?
I spoke to a councillor from Bellingen the other day, and
which councillor did you
that
speak
would be
to?
Dominic, Councillor King, and it's clearly he's a colleague of mine. So, his point of view is that they have actually increased their financial sustainability through engaging with some of the actions that have arisen from the declaration of a climate emergency. Okay, so that's maybe we can defer it and maybe it doesn't need to go out to a consultant. It might just be a few phone calls to some of the councils that have done that, and some feedback on how they're working with it. If we're reaching an impasse where we can't acknowledge that we're in a climate emergency, if that's where we're at right now, then maybe we need to defer it, do a little bit more research, and come back with it. But I think it is an emergency. I think we need to do it today, but I'll accept the fact that my colleagues don't support that.
Councillor Pakes?
Oh yeah, I can hear you, Councillor White. And developing a comprehensive climate action framework by 2028, if that's the outcome, yeah, I would have accepted that only. I'm happy with that. And that then looks at our area, our community, and what we have and need to do. The extra stuff, all the other stuff, I'm not comfortable with. And I won't be telling anyone that they are in a climate emergency. If I go to Fort Denison and the sea level's still the same level as it was in 1950, I'm not going to tell them it was higher or lower. So I'm not at that point, and I won't be telling anyone in the Clay Valley exactly the same thing. So
do you want to go to Tuvalu?
Councillor Bain, you haven't been addressed.
And I appreciate we've all had our say on it, but I also think about the people, my constituents, and who I represent. And I think if I agree to that, anything up there except for probably developing a climate action framework, I'm not representing the breadth, width of our valley.
Thank you, Councillor Pakes. Councillor Wyatt?
I just wanted to, four very quick points. First up, when I hear Councillor Bain, climate emergency, that was my intention. I can read the room, and I listened to what Mayor has said, and I toned it down. I mean, I believe you, but in terms of the consensus and getting across the line, that's why I was prepared to do that. And I thank you for your research, Councillor Saul from the tobacco company sponsored. But I do encourage you to take that to the Premier and the Prime Minister, because they are the ones that committed our nation to this, not us. They did. Now do it. It's great. Climate levy, I think, is an alarmist. We already have an environmental levy. Yeah, for me, this is about aligning us to state and federal commitments. The OLG, which is part of New South Wales government, has 4 priorities. One is matrix identification, develop adaptation plans, and embed climate change into government decision making. That's what the OLG has to do. We already have funds associated with climate change. We approved a grant application associated with this. I still don't know what the enormity of it is. Around acknowledging those things and asking for maybe 100-ish grant to develop a climate action framework. And having said that, I do believe in the climate emergency. I'm willing to tone it down. I do think that we should maybe defer, because I can't see it being we getting any consensus today. Is that up to me to make that as a deferral because I put it up? How does that work?
Anyone can move to defer, but we are in committee of a whole, so we're still not getting anywhere.
Do I get to close debate?
When we're out of committee.
Yeah.
No, but not if we defer.
Well, I just have a. Am I okay? Since I was one that put it up, and I do have a few more points because we've talked about the cost that I would like to mention, which may help us make a decision. Can I don't, because this was going to be my intention for closing debate. And it's around the cost. Oh, that's different. I feel you. I feel the same.
No, it's really taxing, and
yeah,
I think that this notice of motion in our community is a contentious issue. It's not one where I think
that is it.
It is, because I posted about this on my social media, and I was met with a lot of comments and a lot of people liking comments about it. So I think it is a contentious issue, and I wouldn't have had my phone going off about it and different things. So I think the amount of notice the community had, I guess, around it as well, to develop something like this without, really their input, is really challenging. And I think in terms of the discussion here, it is just repeatedly going through the same things, and I think that we need to move forward. Councillor Pakes.
Can I move to get out of committee of the whole and get a seconder for that?
Yep. Is there any dissent? Sorry, Councillor Saul seconded. And there is no dissent to move out of committee. And yes, Councillor.
Can I move a motion to defer that?
Do you have a seconder? Councillor Saul, when would you like to defer to?
Direction to the CEO next meeting, or is that enough time or not? To what response, I suppose. My question is, given today's debate, to prepare any background work that may be more useful in making a decision in this regard.
Councillor Pakes, when this is deferred, as it's a notice of motion, this isn't a directive of council staff to prepare anything. So yeah.
A question to the CEO around what information might be useful to provide councillors between now and then to assist them in making their decisions.
I'm still struggling, like many of you, to understand exactly what information would help you make a decision on this. So I'm not sure what value staff are going to add to this discussion, which seems very much not around what the administration can do, but how individual elected members feel about this particular topic. I think whatever decision you take, we'll just go ahead and try and implement that with you. We can give you some broad advice, but not detailed advice on this. So most of it will come from the state government. We can ask. I know Bellingen they don't have a climate action framework. They've got a strategy, and I can't find a single council that has a climate action framework. So if members have got information they can give us, then we could be like a collection point and share that with everyone too. But we could try and run a workshop with you between now and the next council meeting, if that's what you're after. I fear if we bring something back to a council meeting that you're going to be constrained by the rules and regulations around that and not be able to get to a position where you're all happy.
So from your answer, the CEO, I would like to defer to December. I'm on leave for 3 weeks between now and the next council meeting. It'll give me very difficult for me to make a decision or have any transaction. I've transferred that to the ELT so they know I'm away. So yeah, December's my preferred time.
Do you have a seconder to defer to December, Councillor Saul? Is there any dissent? No. 2 dissents? Can we show of hands, please? 4 dissenting. So the motion's deferred to December. Yeah, we may have a break. We'll break now and come back at... We'll come back at 2. I can't read the time. We'll come back at 2. Thank you, everybody. Welcome back, everyone. Thank you for your participation today and patience while we break for some lunch. We are now at 11.2, notice of motion. Entrance management of Black Creek Southwest Rocks, which was put forward by Councillor Wyatt. I noted your conflict, so would someone else move it? It's up to you. If you can move it, but just given your conflict,
It's up to me today.
yeah. All right. So Councillor Wyatt moved. Councillor Paik seconded. Councillor Wyatt, would you like to open debate?
Thank you. Yep. Thank you. So Black Creek Southwest Rocks has been long maintained as a commercial dredge line with a licence under Crown Lands, and that dredging was driven by the need for sand, not navigation, but it has incidentally kept the channel open. And with the licence now lapsed and the dredging operations ceased, the responsibility for managing the entrance reverts to Kempsey Shire Council, rightly or wrongly. Report, I hope you've read the paper, but a report in 2022 identified that if dredging stops, Black Creek would transition into an ICOL, which is an intermittently open closed lagoon, which would pose serious risks to navigation, water quality, biodiversity, tourism and local housing around the Fig Tree Lane area and Buchanan Drive, which is where many of the Southwest Rocks Fig Tree Nature's Mob live. And it's interesting to note that that community actually has a DA in right now to build a levee to protect their homes from inundation and erosion. And I have had a look at the SOE, but I wonder whether that SOE now has a consideration of what it looks like for them if the water stops. So their statement of environmental effects was made when dredging was done. So I wonder what that looks like for them now that dredging has stopped, with the risk of it becoming an ICOL. You know, in the coastal management plan, there's vulnerable species there, as well as providing an ecological, social, economic value to Southwest Rocks. And I just feel that buck passing this from state to council is just poor and inconsistent management, which jeopardises those values. And I think cost shifting springs to mind. So the Kempsey Coastal Management Program adopted those 3 relevant actions around coastal vulnerability planning for the Fig Tree Mobs area, a sediment and hydrologically investigation, and a detailed option study for Bat Creek management. And despite Bat Creek being assessed as high risk, they were deferred and are therefore currently ineligible for funding. So my notice of motion asks that the CEO prepare a cost-effective plan to monitor the entrance and that Bat Creek changes. So even though dredging has stopped, need to know what's going on. And the second part is to prepare a report that addresses including D6, D8.1 and D8.2 of Section 3 back into the plan. Monitoring will allow us to track conditions, identify early warnings and make informed decisions consistent with the Crown Land Management Act, which requires all of those factors to be considered. This is not about creating new cost for council, because the estimated cost of these actions, $250,000, is to be pursued through external grant funding. And ultimately, this proposal is just seeking some proactive evidence-based approach, ensuring that if council is the Crown Land Manager, which says that it is, that it fulfills its management obligations under the Crown Land Management Act to protect council from legal liability and protects one of Southwest Rock's most valued community assets, Bat Creek, from becoming a closed ICOL. It is certainly hoped that the state government will collaborate us, as requiring council alone to manage this ICOL would effectively shift state responsibility and the financial burden onto local council. I don't think that's fair. And in response to the questions in the paper, that in the business paper itself, I certainly acknowledge that councillors were briefed and that this brief was a brief briefing, and there was no time available to dive into the plan, but I have since dived into the plan. And the CMP contains scientific concepts that required much more time than was available for me and maybe other councillors, but I speak for myself, to process and analyse. And I just want to highlight that I have really carefully considered and researched this. That's why I put a lot of words into that NOM. My major in university was in geomorphology. spent many, many months up in Range Uranium Mine monitoring this exact thing about water inundation. I was on the Macleay Coast and Estuary Committee and the Floodplain Committee from 2004 until they were disbanded. And I consulted in order to sort of make sure that I was on the right track, because dredging is kind of controversial in itself, like, you know, to dredge, to not to dredge. However, dredging has been established. So I just wanted to be clear. So I contacted a couple of my university alumni who both have PhDs in fluvial geomorphology, wetland ecology, and I also consulted my lecturer in coastal geomorphology. So I've made the amendment I've amended this NOM following consultation with the CEO. So I hope you support it.
Thank you. Councillors, do we have any questions? Councillor Saul.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Just to clarify, if I may, please, with this notice of motion, what's the present level of council involvement with the situation? Are we have any hands on now, or is just sort of not until this motion's been passed? What's the present time?
Mr. Medal.
Thank you. Yes, so the Mayor and myself have been leading a series of discussions with state government agencies and the local MP about this issue, because it's been raised by a number of community members. We ended up with a all-party meeting at the Surf Life Saving Club to work a way through this, and that enabled Michael Kemp to then send a letter to the Minister seeking further advice, which I believe was circulated to elected members last week. So subsequent to that, you will then have what one of the managers has been undertaking. So that's in your update for elected members. That was circulated last night. And today we've got a quote back to produce the Back Creek entrance strategy, which has come in at $12,600 to undertake that work on our behalf. In terms of our legal involvement, it's not our land, it's not our water, it's not our dragline operation, but it is our headache for our constituents. Those constituents have widened more recently because the fishing fleet that operates out of Jerseyville is struggling to get back on to its unloading point because of the silting in the river. So the issue has moved from just the confluence of Back Creek all the way back up to impacts in Jerseyville, which have also been flagged with state government agencies and the MP. Hope that helps.
Thank you.
Questions? Councillor Wyatt?
Yeah, two questions. So I note the answers to the questions that I put in the other matters for consideration. And you've just mentioned it there to Mr. Medal about council's legal responsibility. Following the answers to question 2 and what you've just said, so why then does management of this entrance fall to council?
Mr. Medal.
Thank you. I'm struggling to understand by what you mean by management, Councillor. So in terms of management in my parlance, I'm meaning in terms of the navigable entrance to Back Creek, which was where this conversation started. So that's where I'm quite clear that that's a New South Wales transport issue. So that is what our MP has been pushing and is seeking a decision of the Transport Minister.
What the question? Sorry, this is debate. This is the rebuttal question. Can I?
Without argument.
I'm not arguing. I don't think it's arguing. Well, okay.
It's just really hard, Councillor White, in managing this. In managing this, when you've given your speech and then you ask a question which is given a reply, and then you speak freely in rebuttal and then reframe another question. I can see it because I'm sitting here trying to manage. I'm not sure if anyone else has similar feelings on how that's playing out, but it ends up being just a really extended speech from you, and it's actually giving you even more influence over what's being put forward because you're asking questions, having rebuttals and extending. So you're actually building up a big argument over all of your questions. And I know that you're satisfying curiosity and you're trying to make points of clarification. But at the end of the day, instead of having 5 minutes to make a speech, you, in some cases, ended up with 10, 15, 20. And in interest of equity, in interest of this code and why we have the rules that we have, you're also entering into some debate with staff. And that's the perspective that I'm coming from and in how I'm trying to manage this meeting. So just in terms of your questions, I'm happy for you to ask them, but keep them succinct and to the point.
I'll just go to the second question. As if council does nothing and knowing that there are risks to the property outlined in those plans and looking at the New South Wales law of negligence under the Civil Liabilities Act of 2002, what is council's liability if they do nothing?
Mr. Medal.
Thank you, through the mayor. So if the creek closes and it may impact on flooding, then there will be impacts to residents and to our assets. Our duty of care and due diligence is to inform and prepare in advance of that. So we would deal with the issue of negligence by making sure that doesn't occur, by actually informing people of the risks. That then becomes a discussion around liability then rather than negligence. And I think there will be an interesting conversation that we have flagged all of these points with New South Wales Transport and with Crown Lands. They are aware of their duty. They are choosing to not expend public funds to open the mouth. That's a choice rather than an informed management action. It's a choice based purely on financial implications.
Councillor Selby.
Yeah, just on this, as I understand it, Crown Lands run the dredging in the first place, right? And they built that where the dredge was. They put that in, right? So why can't responsibility fall back on them? That's where I see it being, is, you know, like they've done it and now they walk away from it and we could end up wearing the bundles. So is there any way we can, you know, force it back on them?
I think you raise a really important point around cost shifting from the state government back onto local councils.
Yeah.
And
No.
you're very right there. And I think it's hard. We're advocating quite hard as mayor and CEO, and Mr. Kemp across the road, our MP, is also advocating really hard. But I don't know if Mr. Medal has further comment on that.
But just on top of that too, as Councillor Wyatt said, a levy, but I've heard it's not a levy, it's going to be a wall along there, and that's just from erosion, you know, that's happened over the past, whatever, you know. So two things there.
Mr. Medal.
Thank you, through the mayor. I don't know what the impact will be from leaving that relatively new structure in place or removing it. Yeah, it's a difficult one. Council's stepped up for the community to try and go to bat for them because of the impact that this is having and is likely to have on recreation, on tourism, on fishing, on a whole range of factors. And the state government is trying to pass costs to us to sort that out. Now, whilst I would be prepared to put my hand in a very shallow pocket to ensure that we could do something there, I don't think the state government has even begun to have those conversations. So I'm looking forward to receiving advice back from the Transport Minister about what they're prepared to do. They're very quick to be on the front foot to announce that there's 70 million in a bucket for Opal refunds, but they're not so quick to announce money for regional New South Wales. When we've talked about at the recent flood forum, we're no orphan. Nambucca have got the same challenges. Ballina have got the same challenge. They're in terms of way up in the river there. Everything that's washed down from Lismore is now like a slug in the river that's going to create flooding there. There's no money, there's no equipment locally to deal with these issues for us. So we're just going to keep pushing away at the state government. I do think getting our CMP over the line will be an important step for us to undertake further studies and unlock further funding. So that's why we're investing in that space to try and make this come to fruition and safeguard the interests of constituents.
Just referring back to it again, speaking to local people out there, excuse me, that it'll go back to what it was, and I honestly believe it will.
Thank you, Councillor Selby. Is there any other questions or debate on this motion? I guess mine's, I have a question around the process of how this will affect our CMP. As I understand, it's in with the relevant place it's meant to go. If we move ahead with the report and just process through that.
So members will have seen what the revised next steps are as set out in the supplementary information regarding the CMP. It will be my intention to encourage stuff that document simply because we need some certainty around the CMP. The way to get that is to push the minister to get it over the line rather than to withdraw the document, make the changes and then go back out to public exhibition and go back to the bottom of the queue for the document. So I think that will give some certainty to both parties that we've progressed the CMP, and if council resolves around items D6, 8.1 and 8.2, then they become an element for the first review.
Is there any further questions? Councillor.
Then are you therefore, as a CEO, having to write the two reports, are you therefore happy with number 2, or do you want us to amend that to say that we endorse the $12,000 for the Bat Creek Entrance Management Plan? And number 3, do you still want that report, or are you happy with that?
So the Bat Creek entrance strategy, I'll be able to resource from existing savings this year. I'm happy with how it's written. It's just not going to happen today, but you will get a report back this year.
Is there any debate on this motion? There's no debate. Councillor White, would you like to close?
Oh, thanks. I'm really delighted with what I read last night and thank the staff involved in doing that. And yeah, I think I'm really pleased. But I would like to see, could do be considered some kind of monitoring program just to have a look at what is changing just whilst the negotiations are being sorted, and something that is super cost effective and maybe even some citizen science or something like that. But thank you.
Thank you. I'll now put the motion. Is there any dissent? There is no dissent. I'll now move to item 11.3, notice of motion representation on Hillgrove Mines Community Reference Group. Councillor Bain will leave the chamber. Who will move? Councillor Wyatt, seconded. Councillor Matchett. Councillor Wyatt, would you like to open debate? Yep. It just moving with our, it's just taken.
of motion. It's Councillor Bain's notice of motion, and he had to declare a conflict of interest around this. I just want to acknowledge Arthur's, I mean, I agree with this wholeheartedly, and I want to acknowledge Arthur's role in the Save Our Macleay.
Your microphone's not on, Councillor.
I want to acknowledge Arthur's role in Save Our Macleay and the Citizen Science Program to collect water samples for the Southern Cross University, which has enabled them to provide some really detailed information on the antimony and the arsenic levels. I attended a few workshops with them last year, I think it was. Really alarming or lightning as well. They talked about those levels of suspended particles in the water column in the sediment layer, the impact of water flow and velocity and the dryness of the river and all the implications for the antimony and the arsenic. It was really good presentation, and that was as a result of Arthur's Citizen Science project, which I understand he's been going out there collecting water samples for a very long time. This is, I think, having a representation on this committee, it will have a direct benefit to the urban community because that's where we get most of our water from, the river. Yeah, maybe. But more importantly, the rural community who are drawing water for domestic agriculture and livestock. For me, there is no other, and I'm nominating Arthur, by the way, there's no other councillor here that has invested so much into protecting the river than Arthur. I think he would do an excellent job as our representative. And I not only support that we have a council representative on this, even though it sits in Armidale Shire, everything flows downhill and has an impact for us. And I support Arthur and nominate Arthur to be our representative.
Thank you, Councillor Wyatt. Is there any questions? Can we light on? Yep, Councillor Pakes.
Yeah, my question's around if these meetings will require travel to Armidale and if that's going to be a councillor expense. I absolutely implore anyone who's volunteering to be part of it's a voluntary group. I implore anyone who's volunteering to be part of this stuff. But I'm also aware of our budgetary constraints, the location of the thing. So yeah, just more around my question is around the cost to will there be costs associated for staff travel to attend meetings?
Mr. Medal.
Sorry, councillor travel.
Thank you. Yes, through the mayor, the situation will be that your nominee, whomever it is, will be representing the council, and so will be able to make appropriate claims for travel and subsistence.
Just a comment. My understanding, it's all done via Teams.
In the report, it says it's done in both in person and online. Do we have any further questions, Councillor Saul?
Madam Mayor, would like to recommend yourself. Would you be keen to do that? To be delegate as our mayor?
Not particularly, no.
I'll ask you first, that's all.
Thank you, Councillor Saul. Councillor Pakes.
Question further, CEO. What other organisations do we have like this? What other positions do we have like this in regards to it being outside of our council area? What other positions are there similar to this one?
Mr. Medal.
Thank you. So I'll just give you an overview that this is commonplace elsewhere, and I'll ask Mr. Thorogood in a moment to perhaps provide some detail. One of the other similar groups that we're looking to establish will be around Oven Mountain with Alinta. Again, sits outside our council area, but directly impacts and needs us to support them. I don't know if Mr. Thorogood can think of any other organisations that are similar to this for us now.
Thank you, and through you, Madam Mayor. Straight off the top of my head, there's the New South Wales Public Libraries Association, which meets anywhere along the mid-north and far north coast, or via Teams. We previously had delegates with Floodplain Management Australia. We don't anymore. They're the two that come to my mind that councillors have in the past attended in a similar sort of role. We obviously have a number of external committees that we serve on locally, whether it's Arts Mid North Coast, the Southwest Rock Sport and Rec Association, and so on, that are within the Shire. But those two are the two that I think of off the top of my head that are outside, had meetings outside the Shire.
My next question is probably around specific knowledge around the area. I absolutely implore Arthur's commitment to the environment and that sort of stuff, but probably more specifically around water quality. And Wes is our water director. His knowledge and background on water treatment, like arsenic's naturally occurring. So I've probably questioned if we're going to pay someone to go, that it might be the person who is responsible for that element. But my guidance is off you, CEO. Thoughts?
Thank you. Yeah, if Hillgrove Mines Community Reference Group wanted a member of staff, then we'd have someone who'd be absolutely fantastic in that role. This is a community reference group, not a technical specialist group. So I think it would be appropriate if, in previous life, I would have definitely recommended a board member to apply rather than a staff member. So in this context, I think an elected member to attend would be an appropriate solution, and one that we would be able to resource.
Councillor Lawrence.
Thanks, Madam Mayor. I was just thinking, would it be viable to put in there that the representative report to council after, so obviously they give us an update on what's happening? Nothing on there that says that.
Would you accept that as an amendment, Councillor Wyatt?
Yes, I do, because Councillor Bain is on a few other committees like BF Bushfire Management Committee, and he does provide delegates reports. But I note that that was not a requirement in our code of meeting practice when we had that discussion. But yeah, I'm happy to I just note that we did not agree for that for a whole bunch of other meetings. But if we want to put it for this one, that's fine by me.
If I may assist the meeting then, so amend recommendation 1, that to become elects a councillor representative on the Hillgrove Mines Community Reference Group until the August 2028 ordinary meeting of council and receives regular delegate updates.
Correct.
Right. We'll just wait for that wording to come up.
So, Madam Mayor, a question, if I may, please.
Yes, Councillor Saul.
Just to, again, is it necessary to have a delegate? Do we really need one there? It's only a reference group. In all honesty, because it's not going to be cheap to attend.
Mr. Medal.
Thank you. This is a request of Hillgrove Mines, so I think it falls within your purview, and I don't think the impost on council is extravagant, and I think you may actually get some value out of it from being at the heart of influencing decision making at that sort of level. And we are fortunate that we've got someone who is fully across this space and will have some strong contributions to make, I suspect.
Is there any more discussion? Councillor Pakes.
Given the volatility of that mining site, and I'll go back to, I've walked over that site. I know what it's like. I've been right across it since they put the tailings dams in, and since it's been from a gold mine to an antimony mine and round in the last 25 years or something like that. And there's been multiple operators in there. So do we set a precedence by sending or having a private company request a council representative? Do we set a precedence then that any private company who requests, out of our area, that we get a council representative, that we're going to be strapped up to that expense? I'm just cautious of the expense to the community versus the benefit to the community. It's a long way from the Kempsey Shire boundary to that Hillgrove site. It's a very long way. So that's my question.
Mr. Medal.
The perceived value of an elected member attending is a matter for each member's conscience. I don't know what the expenditure will be. They don't meet on a weekly basis, and all stay at extravagant hotels. So I would hope that the impost is minor.
Is there any further discussion or new debate? Councillor Wyatt, would you like to close debate?
Thank you. So I am nominating Arthur, and given that there's no other nominations, I assume that he's going to be it. I think he'll do a good job. It's 116 kilometres from Bellbrook up to Hillgrove Mine. He uses a private vehicle to come into town. I'm not aware that he makes a travel claim to come from Bellbrook to council meetings. We have a travel allowance allocated for councillors that I guess he can tap into if he wants. I think he is the best person, and I don't think it's just a matter, it's not just an environmental matter, it is around the arsenic in the water as it affects our rural and urban communities. And I'm happy to nominate Arthur. I think he will do a great job for us, and I think he will also be more than happy to provide delegates reports, even though it's not a requirement of our code of meeting practice. But he will do. I'm sure he would have done it anyway, actually. So thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Wyatt. Are you happy for number 1 to read elects Councillor Bain and remove 2 and 3? Right, we'll just wait for that one to become the motion, and then I'll put it. Thank you. All right, I'll now put the motion. Is there any dissent? There is one dissenting. The motion is carried. We'll now move to item 11.4, notice of motion, Kempsey Local Infrastructure Contributions Plan Part B. But we'll just wait for Councillor Bain. Welcome back. Councillor Coburn, would you like to move item 11.4? And do you have a seconder? Councillor Wyatt. Councillor Coburn, would you like to open debate?
Through you, Madam Mayor. Councillors, I bring forward this notice of motion because I believe it's time for us to make a strategic and community-minded decision about how we use the contributions already collected for South West Rocks. As you know, Council has been collecting developer contributions in South West Rocks for many years. These contributions exist to fund the infrastructure that supports growth, things like roads, open space, drainage, and public amenities. The current balance sits at around $6.4 million, waiting to be directed towards projects that genuinely serve our residents and visitors. Now, whilst road infrastructure is of high importance to South West Rocks and the entire Shire, we are still in the midst of ongoing development, which is really impacting the current condition of our main feeder roads. These will continue to be undermined. So part of my deliberations were, why spend the infrastructure money on this now when the future developer contributions should alleviate this future spend? I can assure community that there will be new roads, pathways and curb and guttering in due course. I also note that there has been some money already spent in South West Rocks from the developer fund for the installation of the roundabout and some road replacement surrounding that area. With the adoption of the new South West Rocks Local Infrastructure Contributions Plan, we have a clear framework for future development. But it also gives us a perfect opportunity right now to decide how we use those rollover funds from the old plan to deliver something meaningful to the community. The South West Rocks Structure Plan and the Horseshoe Bay Master Plan both highlight the importance of the Horseshoe Bay precinct. This isn't just a local park or a car park. It's the social and economic heart of the town. It's where visitors gather, where families meet, and where events are held. It's the first impression many people have of our town. Now, stages 1 and 4 of the Horseshoe Bay Master Plan have already been delivered, and that included the coastal walkway and the headland car park. Now, these were excellent outcomes, but we're left with a critical missing link, the lower car parking area and the entrance to Horseshoe Bay. Anyone who has visited on a weekend or during holidays knows how congested and unsafe that area can become. The road layout is awkward, the pedestrian safety is compromised, and the parking under the pines simply isn't sustainable long term. Now, stage 2 of the existing master plan directly addresses these issues. It relocates and formalises car parking, improves access, and it speaks to retaining the existing kiosk and amenities building that are already there. It's a practical, achievable project that will immediately enhance the amenity, safety, and visitor experience. The requested report will give us a clearer picture of what can be achieved to improve this area. Importantly, this project can be delivered using existing funds. No new rates, no grants that may or may not arrive, but money already collected for this exact purpose, delivering infrastructure for South West Rocks. By bringing this forward, we can demonstrate to our community that Council is proactive, transparent, and willing to make tangible improvements now, rather than waiting another decade for the perfect timing. It's about using our contributions plan as it was always intended to make growth work for the community. I also believe that this motion empowers us as the elected body to make the key decision about where those funds are best used. We're accountable to the community, and it's our role to ensure those funds deliver the greatest benefit for the greatest number of people. In conclusion, I'm asking you to support this motion to approve the production of a report for us on what within the Horseshoe Bay Master Plan can be delivered using the existing rollover funds. It's financially responsible, it's strategically aligned and community-driven decision that will create a lasting improvement for South West Rocks and the wider Kempsey Shire. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillors, do we have any questions on this notice of motion?
Madam Mayor?
Yes, Councillor
Just
Saul.
to clarify, please, to the CEO and others here, is Council already doing this? Is this doubling up, or is it just a case of highlighting it to be done, please?
So no, there's no committee project in the current budget to enable this to happen. So the report is working out what needs to happen, how much it's going to cost, where the funding might come from, and what the impacts of that will be, because you'll be looking to utilise some of the contributions from the South West Rocks previous, current plan, but also that will need to be matched from funding from other sources, because it can only be used to underwrite a third of the cost. So you still have to find 2/3, and you need to make a decision on where that money is going to come from and what the impacts of that decision will be on other projects such as Crescent Head. That's why the intended report looks to put you in a position where you can make an informed decision on how to accelerate this spending, but that acceleration will happen in the next financial year. So it'll enable you to make a decision now to include it in next year's budget. I hope that helps.
Thank you.
Councillor Bain.
Madam Mayor, I'd like to speak in favour of the motion and congratulate Councillor Coburn for bringing it forward. I think this is, when we're talking about next year's strategic operational plan, that's what we need to be talking about as councillors with strategic thinking. we're zooming back, we're showing leadership, we're thinking ahead rather than the operational details. So I think this sort of ties in with that councillor staff interaction policy. I think as Councillor Coburn said, it's financially responsible. It's great information that we receive a report well in advance. We can make an informed decision. I think this is an example of how good governance can work.
Councillor Selby.
Yeah, I'd like to support it too. And the reasons being that even at the moment, you go down there, you have a look, and it's disgusting. There's holes that, you need a 4-wheel drive to get out of. Also, if we think back a year or two, Horseshoe Bay was the number 2 beach in Australia, according to tourism. And maybe the reason it's dropped out of there is because the state of the road getting in there. Because that's where the people go. That's one of the gems of the Shire, and I fully support what Julie's put up. Yeah.
I just want to clarify first, do people have questions or they have debate? You got debate or you got nothing? Okay, what do you have?
I'd like to speak against.
Yeah. And Councillor Wyatt? We'll go with your question first, Councillor White, and then we'll come back to you, Councillor Matchett.
I just want some clarification on the answers that were provided in here. Is that the $6.4 million came from the 7.11 register, but that's not what's publicly, that's not the public register, and that the public register is going to be updated when you get a chance. Because those figures don't add up.
From memory, the previous director provided advice to all councillors on that there is some work that needs to be done with the register. It's not easily accessible to anyone at this stage, so we'll do all that work so that everything is up to date and ready to go when we have our new contributions plan. So it's open and transparent, and the community can see where their funds are being held and what they can be used for.
Matchett.
Yes, I'd like to speak against this primarily on equity grounds. I have serious concerns about prioritising one town over another, especially when we've got our IPNR document, we've got our projects mapped out. I have concerns about Southwest Rocks has already received a strong share of investment in recent years, especially in comparison to other communities within our council. And I think it's important for us to remember that we're elected to represent and advocate for all 3,300 odd square kilometres of this shire, not just singular towns, especially the ones that we live in. I think, if Councillor Saul and I were to try to push ahead something for Freddo, that would be great for us as Fredericton residents, but I think we always need to balance our investment and our infrastructure across the shire. Other towns are also facing significant backlogs in their infrastructure projects. So I don't dispute the need for this investment in Southwest Rocks, or that it deserves to have that investment. My concern is prioritising one over the other when we already have a plan outlined. Sorry, I do have some prepared notes as well. Yeah, effectively, I think we just need to be balanced in our approach, and I just have real serious concerns about prioritising Southwest Rocks at all costs when we have to represent the entire shire. So it's nothing against investing in that area, and I'm not denying that investment is required. What I'm suggesting is that we have infrastructure and investment needs well and truly across this entire shire, and we need to be equitable in our funding and in our project delivery. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Matchett. Councillor Paix.
I commend Councillor Coburn for bringing this forward. Last weekend, the Baggy Blues, former New South Wales cricketers, came to Southwest Rocks, and there was probably 15 to 20 of them with partners and so on. They all came to Southwest Rocks to see what we had to offer, and many of those guys and girls come back on multiple occasions. They're frequent flyers to this area. They know about the secret of this place, and I actually said to them that I I hoped they didn't tell too many people about it. But I also said to them, I thought, well, they have a lot of difficulty doing that because it is such a good place to come to. And they talk about the jewel in the crown. Horseshoe Bay is the jewel in the crown. I've been going there since I was about 5, every Boxing Day with family. And I can tell you that car park under the trees is exactly the same as it was in that time. It's had not a lot of work done to it in that time. So I absolutely agree the priority needs to be put on it. That road in there is not good, and it's a hazard. And if you look at roads around the place, all over the Shire, that road into Horseshoe is probably right up there in requiring the work. So this is councillors identifying it as a community need, but also it has positives for reducing council risk, because I can tell you that is a risk, and I think we should be addressing it as a priority. For the wider community outside of South West Rocks, lots of people come and go from that space. It's not just for the people of South West Rocks. And I would add that $6.4 million is contributions from South West Rocks. It's not contributions from other areas. It's South West Rocks contributions. So it's not inequitable to use the contributions from that area in that area. The other thing, it's Crown land, as far as I understand. It's on a Crown Reserve. Is that correct? And so that money, there will be money available through the Crown Reserves to be spent in that space. So there are funding options for it. But the priorities in the past, the executive has had a big say in the priorities of budgets. And this is the point, is that councillors represent the community, and then we should be representing and guiding the direction of spending and the priorities of the community. And if you've been here a long time, you recognise that this is an absolute issue, and why lots of people in this room, councillors, have become involved in council, because councillors haven't, and the community hasn't been given an option to, represent what's required. Bird Street's a good example. Community's been crying out for 5 years to get a building done, and we haven't seen a blow struck down there as in construction phase. We've seen some demolition, but no construction. So I put it to you that this is a step in the right direction for councillors to provide direction to ELT, to get in a position where you can actually put projects into the operational plan, and we're doing it beforehand. And I commend Councillor Scoburn's getting on the front foot and getting it organised now, because it's needed. It's needed. And I actually felt a little bit embarrassed when those guys from Sydney came up. You got the most capped New South Wales player in the room, Moses on Rex, and you think, mate, you had to walk across that road in front of one of our best beaches. And for me, I actually don't think it's the best beach in the place, but it's a pretty good one. So yeah, anyway, I hope it gets over the line, and I have absolute passion for that area, and as well as all the beach areas of the valley. But I think that's definitely on high need, and I don't discredit that. That's as big a jewel in the crown as what the Crescent Head one is. It's just taken a long time. The people who helped shape that plan at South West Rocks got their plan together, and they got it done. That's why they're in a position to get funding sorted. Whereas Crescent Head, we got to a plan today, which is great, excellent. Now it can go into a plan going forward. So hopefully we're in the same position as this going forward. The same question could be asked for that area. So that's all.
Is there any further debate on this one? No further words to be added? Well, I think I just wanted to make a few comments. Just in response, I think you're incorrect, Councillor Pakes, in saying that this is this is one of the only times that councillors have influenced what goes in an operational plan or a 4-year DP OP, because you actually are the people that the people that resolve that. So at the end of the day, we do have a say what goes in or out, but when things do come to council, what has been in that plan has been difficult to take things out because our budget is so stretched. Everything in there is deemed important. And at the end of the day, when we need to put something in, because of our budget constraints, we need to take something out. And it is really hard to sit at the top of 31,000 people and make decisions and decide who is more important than another person. And I think that's one of the the wins of the IPNR, the Integrated Planning and Reporting Framework, is that it makes sure that there is equity and fairness, and there is thought and I guess balance that come to making these decisions. And I have no disputes over the tiredness of some of our infrastructure. It's seen all over the council, all over the Shire. But anecdotally, when Deputy Mayor Lawrence and I gave a presentation to some of our visiting cricketers, they did not comment on the tiredness of South West Rocks. They commented on how clean and beautiful it was. And I think I'm a little bit perplexed of I'm a little bit perplexed of the rhetoric of keeping the old charm of South West Rocks and at the same time wanting to change it, and then a little bit perplexed of the want to use money out of the Crown land reserves to fund stuff, but at the same time not wanting to boost that income. So in terms of where we sit financially and where we are moving to, it does excite me a little bit to see a council that does want to see things progress, and I guess for lack of a better saying, of nice things to want to happen for our Shire, because I think that's truly what we deserve. But I hope in the spirit of making these decisions, in the spirit of wanting better, wanting to move forward, wanting the best for our Shire, that councillors take that with knowing that these decisions do not happen in isolation. That if you make this one decision, there are going to be other decisions that come to you where you're going to have to be brave, be bold, and be a bit courageous, and understand that if we're a Shire that wants to move forward, we also have to make hard decisions around things like increasing the rates. Money doesn't grow on trees in terms of contributions plans. When a person develops, they only make that contribution once. They don't make it again. In terms of rates, we are capped at how much we can increase the rates each year. Apart from if you want to do a special rate variation. So we need to be considerate, and we need to really think about where we're going and think about how we want to make decisions. And I think looking at the broader context of the last 12 months, I've seen a council that does want to move forward with different things. You don't want to be stuck in the one spot, whether it's wanting to implement a ranger regime, whether it's wanting to improve a car park, or things like Crescent Head. I know we're doing fantastic stuff with water and sewers too, but we need to be thinking about things equitably, fiscally, and about all of our community at the same time. And I think just in the spirit of process and in learning, I guess for this particular motion, I can't support it. But Councillor Coburn, you're welcome to close debate.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I think it's important to point out here that the developer contributions from South West Rocks have been pooled up until this time in the entire LGA. So our contributions have also been contributing towards the entire LGA's infrastructure as well. If you look at the spreadsheet that's attached to the new developer contribution plan for South West Rocks, you will see that there is going to be an increase on our population to contribute towards, for example, a new sporting facility to the value of $10 million for the entire LGA. Unlikely that will land in South West Rocks because we don't have the room. So I don't think that it's a case of us just going, we want. This is a unique opportunity. We had the briefing around the developer contributions, and this is why it has come into my spotlight, because it was discussed with us that when you come into this position where you are rolling over from an old fund into a new fund, there is that unique opportunity that doesn't arise otherwise. Now, I'm not talking about, spending millions and millions of dollars. I'm talking about remediating an area that is dangerous. And Council, I am surprised you haven't received litigation at this point. There is a number of potholes in that road that they are deep. They've got rings painted around them so that people can dodge around them. It's very dysfunctional. So I understand the equity across the entire Shire, but this is a unique opportunity. Southwest Rocks has been carrying its weight across the LGA, and we will continue to do so into the future. We will contribute more than half of what will be required for some of the bigger assets that are going to be required for the entire Kempsey LGA. So I am asking in this particular instance, because of this unique opportunity with the rolling over of the fund, to release some of those, to give something back to the community. Now, I don't believe that the community that lives in other areas within Kempsey LGA don't come out to visit Horseshoe Bay. They come out and camp for the weekend. It's a really popular area. We can't help it that we live on the coast. We can't help our geographical location, but it is an absolute asset for our community. Between Southwest Rocks and Crescent Head, we bring in the most income from our holiday parks. We get the highest visitations in the area, and we are listed on many, many sites within Australia and internationally as being a unique and beautiful place to come and visit. The bonus for Kempsey LGA is when visitors come to Southwest Rocks, they do visit the other areas within this LGA. And Southwest Rocks as an area really spruiks the LGA. If you go in and you ask, as a tourist where you can go, they disclose everywhere across our area where you can go to visit. So, as I said, I believe this is unique timing. I believe this is an opportunity for us as a group of councillors to really deliver something that will benefit everybody in this LGA. So I really implore the councillors to consider that information when you're making your decision and support this. All I'm asking for is a report to come back, and then we will have another debate about whether we think it's worthwhile or not. Thank you.
Thank you. I'll put the motion. Is there any dissent? There is 3 dissenting. That concludes our business for today's council meeting. Thank you everyone for joining in, councillors, staff. Thank you to our gallery and anyone watching online. I hope you have a good rest of the week and catch you next time. I declare the meeting closed at 2:59.